faces tell the story. This life had many shades. I'd wake up every morning, and before I start each day, I'd take a drag from last night's cigarette that's smoldered in its tray. Down a little something, then be on my way. I traveled far and wide and laid its head in many ports. Always guided by a compass, I saw beauty to the north. I drew the veils of many lives and wore the faces of my own. I have these memories all around me so I wouldn't be alone. Some may be from showing up, others are from growing up. Sometimes I was so messed up and didn't have a clue. I ain't winning no. Just for you, I got your name written here in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. This one's for the mighty sea, Mr. Golden Piracy. This one's for the man that raised me, taught me sacrifice and bravery. This one's for our favorite game, black and gold, we wave the flag. This one's for my family name, a fire I'll wear it to the grave. Some may be from showing up, others are from growing up. Sometimes I'm so messed up and didn't have a clue. I ain't winning no. Just for you, I got your name written in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. I got your name written in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. I got your name written in a rose tattoo. What means the most to me is right for eternity. The soul always stays the course and never goes. These shores and rains that shines out from the wall. I sound and seal these words in blood. One song in a song is played again and we sang along. You'll always be here with me, even if you're gone. You'll always have my love. Our memory will live on. Some may be from showing up, others are from growing up. Sometimes I'm so messed up and didn't have a clue. I ain't winning no. I wear it just for you. I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. In a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. I got your name written in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. With pride I wear it to the grave for you. In a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. I got your name written in a rose tattoo, in a rose tattoo. So I can see every love I would die for you.
I do love Dropkick Murphys. Flogging Molly. Some of my favorites for Happy St. Patrick's Day is one of those things. But very but there's green beer and a green river, so whatever. Clovers and shamrocks have never been a lucky thing for me. Never will be. But they're cute, so there's that. Uh, yeah. Green Rivers, guys, let's just concentrate on that. Right. So, I don't know. There's this little song. I don't know if I can find it. And that one probably kicked my whole ass off the stream. I never put it up. But, let me see. And I've seen this real wedding party do. Let's, yeah, it's these people. But let me see it. I loved it. It was so cute when they did. Let's see. Let's
Oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, now in this bog there was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, and on this tree there was a limb, a rattling limb on a tree in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, and on this limb there was a branch, a rare branch, and a limb on the tree in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, and on this branch there was a twig, a rare twig, twig in the rush, and the rush on the left, the rare tree in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, and on this twig there was a leaf, a rare leaf, a rattling leaf, twinkle, branch, and the branch on the left, and the left on the way, and way in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, on this leaf was a bug, a rare bug, a rattling bug in the leaf, a leaf in the twig in the branch on the limb, a limb in the tree in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, and on this bog there was a rare, a rattling thing, there in the bog, and the leaf, and the leaf on the twig, and the twig on the branch, and the branch on the left, and the left on the tree, in the bog down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley, oh, no, the rattling dog about down in the valley,
that's the rattling dog by the Rovers, but I've seen this years ago on Facebook, and it was one of the cutest things.
And in that hole there was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree, tree in the hole, in the hole, in the bog down in the valley. Hey! Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. And in that hole there was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree, tree in the hole, in the hole, in the bog down in the valley. Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. And on the tree there was a branch, a rear branch, a rattling branch, branch the tree, and the tree in the hole, in the hole, in the bog down in the valley. Hey! Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. Oh, the rattling bog was down in the valley. And on that tree there was a branch, a rear branch, a rattling branch, branch the tree, and the tree in the hole, in the hole, in the bog down in the valley. Oh.
If you ever get a chance, it's one of the coolest, like, wedding party videos. Like, just has that chill feel to it, like, bride is dressed nice but sitting on the groom's lap. I mean, like, I don't know, man. Something to be said for Irish weddings. Like real ones. Anyway. Ew. Okay. Yeah. I thought it. So anyway. I got some rest. I'm feeling a little better for now. Cannot say that will be the case in 5 minutes or otherwise. But for the moment, right? For the moment. Anyway, I touched a piece that yeah, as long as that'll hold, anyway. Maybe it'll be a little clearer. So I decided to touch this button. This border. I think I got about 20 some minutes in. But
that he is not in jail. Okay. Moving on from that, and we'll come back to that here in a little bit. But it's been an interesting 2 or 3 days. I am once again completely cut off from Don. He has blocked me again. And this time it's for different reasons, but kind of the same. The questions he doesn't like, yet he'll answer them, but he won't, but he will, but he won't. And now
yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like, and you know what I mean? You know what? It's like, still a YouTuber, man. And none of us owe anybody anything at any time. If we don't want to speak on it, we don't have to. You know what I mean? So it's always kind of where I fall with that.
Please, and mods, if you could as well. I don't want anybody's name in the chat because I don't support these people and these others. So please be respectful of that. Dawn and I, 2 or 3 days ago, had a conversation. It was a text conversation over Facebook Messenger. And it was interesting to say the least. But it was also...
I'm not sure I forgive him because just now, I knew, like, the other night you'd done this. I was, like, not feeling good, so I hadn't touched. And I still do. It's like, I think Candace was somewhere the other day, whatever. I'm not listening to that. I don't want to. You know what I mean? And I do try to keep all things still, even yet, clear, although there are times when not. But either way, this one, there's something about the title. So I wanted to listen, but I think I got like 20 minutes.
It was a back and forth, engaging conversation for the most part. Now, you know,
Stacy, I think that applies to everybody around this. But you have the world, chatters, subs, members, YouTubers, creators, you know, and everybody in between acting like we should have to give everything we are and everything on our lives and who we are and what, you know, we've been through our entire life story, like accessed everything, everyone we've ever, you know, for their shit. And I just don't think it's right. Well, at any time, honestly. And law enforcement stuff, I mean, we're always available. I mean, I don't know about C&D, I don't know about that camp, but that's all them. I know as far as it goes for us, it's like, man, y'all don't need to know what color I pissed everybody. You know what I mean? And it's like them and my health shit on crack. It's like, man, they don't need all the fucking details. It has nothing to do with stuff. Alright? They act like, I don't know. There's certain things up there out of bounds, but this place feels like they have a right to all of it. And everybody feels like they have a right. And I would love for having these members, subs, chats, all these crazies throughout all this length of time for almost 2 years to have that type of environment turned on. And tens of, and honestly hundreds of thousands of people at this point just being absolutely fucking invasive and others cheering it on and throwing cash at it and terrorizing the shit out of and going real life and commit crimes against them to get everything and feeling entitled to do so like it's some sort of interactive fucking crime Facebook farming game. And all of us around everything are not real people, you know, but I love for other people to put those shoes on and then see if they can come stomach this place every day.
ask some questions that he ducks and dodges and so on and so forth. And he was very engaged and reading my messages right away and then responding right away and, you know, not really being as elusive usually as Dawn is being. But I do Yeah, I mean it's in written form.
And then I think also to a certain level, nobody has ever understood over here, no matter how many times any of us say it. Some stuff needs to be left the fuck alone for LE, and to not give away certain things to whoever may be responsible for summer vanishing. And it's not, and therefore it might seem a little sketchy, something's left out or doesn't quite add up, but it does. You have pieces, and only LE knows that, right? But there are certain things that are fucking common sense, right? That should be left out. And when y'all can hear those moments, it's like, oh, what the hell? But there's nothing really sketch to it. It's just that for the benefit of things need to be, But everybody feels entitled.
I don't know who Candace told he was in jail. I haven't heard that. If somebody else knows that, then they know it. But I don't know anything about
And it must have skipped it. But okay, whatever.
that.
I don't even know what's going on with that situation. I think I heard rumors somewhere else about where they had the court date, whatever. Had something to do with I'm sure if that were the case, the whole world would know.
Probably a good place for him. So let me just start off by saying, so Don and I have had some interesting conversations, and right now, and he probably look. I'm going to put it to you this way. I'm almost positive that is probably one of the last times I will ever speak.
The other thing that you said that I
to Don Wells again.
Trouble with
what
was when you told Candace.
I always got his audio. Okay. I was like, is that me? I think I skipped past this, so technically I watched about 10 minutes or something of this, I guess. Okay.
What is this? Must be down here.
Sounds like he's trying to go through his pieces he is.
Sorry about that. Started playing stuff a little bit too soon.
Premature YouTubing. Premature clipping. YouTube version of ED.
Yeah, like I said, I believe that is probably one of the last times, if not the last time, that I'll ever speak to Don again. That's just my prediction.
Don't go turning into a fucking Serafina on us now. No Juanita's up in here. Bro.
I just don't know.
Resurrection says editing dysfunction. Yeah, right?
But I doubt it. So let me play for you.
Wait, what?
I'm going to play you 3 different things. I believe that is probably one of the last times, if not the last time, that I'll ever speak to Don again. That's just my prediction. I just don't know. But I doubt it. So Let me play for you. I'm going to play 3 different things to start with. Yeah,
Josh is going down in the rattling boat.
No, I don't think he's going to go. Okay. I'm going to play 3 different things to start off with. When I spoke to Don, we talked about the 7 alibi statement. Now, listen to how he answers it with me. There's a couple of things that really have always stuck with me, Don, that I can't shake. And one of them is the time that you said that you had 7 alibis and that Candace has none, that she's going.
You know what?
Why'd you say that?
I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't going down. She's going down. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I said that. But you know what? I don't really want to explain it to you. If he was a real friend, I would sit down and I talk to you all day long. But I feel like I can't tell you anything because you just turn everything around and twist everything.
Okay, but I'm not going to twist the 7.
And for me, I can't figure it out. Why and how do all of these others around all of this really think any of these YouTubers could be, might be, or anything remotely close to human with him, friends, loyal to, or won't turn and eat him? I mean, like, it's absurd. Like, if you have, and I'm not saying Josh is the same caliber, because it's not, like, and I can tell you from my own inbox, it's really kind of the case, but like the others, the main tragedy pimps, and they're pick-me's, and then all these people from across the world, man, you can tell what they want, you know what I mean? And they're, for the most part, it's like, they're all things, they're all, I don't know, right? But most assuredly, the main tragedy pimps or their little workeries are only in this for nefarious ass shit, much like when they get and ensconce themselves, like your Shay, CZ, you got Jenny and others, like just straight hammering for everybody around the case, Robin, sibling, etc., monsters, things like that, And unfortunately, in certain cases, these people seem to be really like, oh, they're nice guys and they're whatever and they've got my back and they're loyal and they're friends. No, they're not, dude. No, they're not. And you'll use them or you'll think you're going to use these tragedy pimps until they turn around and eat your damn face off. Like, I've known this to be true since before the first one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even Fizz had a feel, and after 3 days, I was like, oh, hell no, there's something wrong. And even the nice way that channel was built and cleansed, you could tell there was something kind of wrong, And so I've not allowed that. But everybody else around all of this is like, hey, guy, friendsies and pals. And why'd you turn on me, bro? Why are you talking shit about me? And I told you that in confidence, and I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm like, y'all grown, right? Like, y'all don't get it yet? Are you fucking stupid? And I don't know what to tell you the rest of them around somewhere in the case, but and those, around all, you gotta be hella fucking stupid to let any of these tragedy pimps into your life and think that they're there for any good reason at all, ever, or that you're you're their friend, and they'll never return all the things, and it'll be fine. They're loyalists. They're up your ass. They're whatever. They'll help you do it. Yeah, till it's time. Until, and then they're going to get your goddamn face off. I don't get it. But everybody else around Summers, everything, and those entirely unrelated but want to be pumping out shit to them, y'all just carry the fuck on. Alright? Now, like I said, I'm not including Josh in that, because obviously Dawn knows Josh is playing this. And, you know, for me, Josh falls into a different. And there's a reason for that, because it's been different. The interactions with Josh have been different throughout all of this. And that's why, honestly, I have a moniker moral. That's why you don't hear me ever go full tilt on. Right? Because he's at least tried, I think, somewhat to do certain things the others have not. And at least, in a way, had a little bit more respect and humanity where it's concerned for the children and I and the youth. And that's really all we ever asked. Somebody go, hey, they're humans, right? And if any of these tragedy films had ever wanted anything real, I think they would have treated everyone around the summer community like instead of spy versus spy and immediately being nefarious little assholes pretend to be whatever the hell it is. There need things behind it. Anyway, and thank you for that. That will definitely help with the bill. Money next month. Oh, speaking of this, I get to go see the final graduation, and I'm so anyway, we're gonna carry on.
Alibis and Candace has none. She's going down.
Man, I really want to tell you, you know.
He never goes on to tell me. He avoids that conversation any further, per usual. And you know, you can see there's hesitation in his voice. He's saying, you know, I want to tell you, but you're not my friend, or whatever the hell that.
And I know I'm off track here a little bit, but by the way, at some point, if anybody has been thinking on the flyer thing and the groups moving across the end and whatever across the country to try to get flyers out for summer, at the end of this, we'll take your ideas, it brings. And I've been meaning to touch on that, but it's been a very rough few days. I've just been one thing at a time, man.
Sentence was. There's a couple of things that really have always stuck with me, Don, that I can't shake. And one of them is the time that you said that you had 7 alibis and that Candace has none, that she's going.
You know what? Oh,
why'd you say that?
I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got none. She's going down. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I said that. But you know what? I don't really want to explain it to you. You know, if he was a real friend, I would sit down and I talk to you all day long. But I feel like I can't tell you anything because you just turn everything around and twist everything.
Okay, but I'm not going to twist the 7 alibis and Candace has none. She's going down.
Man, I really want to tell you, you know.
Somebody's in the chat. He thinks you guys are fan way, shape, or form. That's been made clear over and over. The only reason Don ever entertains me and speaks to me is because he's worried about what I know or, you know, what I'm going to talk about. And yeah, there are things that I'm not going to talk about that I would love to, but I'm not going to. But I will say this.
Oh, come on.
The other night. And then he blocks me. He goes on the next day to tell the very next day his buddy one of the biggest lies and verifiably.
Hold on just a second, guys. Alright. So, guys, it looks like we're just going to take a second, okay? Because some baby-fied gangsta-ass wannabe psycho needs 2 seconds of attention and to continue tragedy pimping to feed her children on my name, and doing whatever it is to do so. Needs 2 seconds of attention, alright? Everybody wave it at Penny Fizz. They're streaming. Hi! Right? And this is where, apparently her and her, like, old-ass chat, they're all worried about my t-shirt today. And they're like, oh, it's tight and she has breasts, therefore it must be a child's shirt. She wears children's clothing. No, bitch, I bought this in the adult section, along with the pants. They sell. I know it's been a while since you've hosted a scamathon and had money to go shopping like that with your yahoos that were acting like I'd never been taken shopping before. Every time I was talking to you during that scamathon. On recordings, by the way, when your little pretty little voice would slip and then there came the trash right out your mouth. And let me tell you something, all right? I'm all done with you. I'm done with you. Carry that along with me, and I'll straight turn everything ever over to the Queen of Mean over there and let her do it. You and I will one day see each other. I hope to see you behind bars for what you've done in Summer's case. And the others. And there's something that in that member's there, and that's terrified the shit out of it. Right? Because you're like, oh, I was waiting for her, but then also, let me start her because it's like her income with her child, and wink, wink, nod. I've got that recorded, by the way. Also violates TOS to get back, you know what I mean? And honestly, you're violating all kinds of TOS, much like you have with your and Benny's channels that are in your name otherwise. That I've got proof of. So, like, don't make me reach out. Google bitch. Anyway. And if you want me to, since you're just like, I mean, I'm literally 2 minutes from the state line. I will go pay the $225 it takes in Virginia to vote you all the way off the motherfucking island. See how it works. I'm done with you. Your blackmail, your threats, your bullshit. And I'll tell you what scares the shit out of you about that membership. Live, I did it. It outs you as knowingly having money and things sent to that P.O. box you and Chase had in Summer's name before they were even reaching the P.O. box. It means you had knowledge and you all were having people send money and funds there. You also had a handoff, you know, Ginger Snap that worked for a bank, and nobody can account for it. Right? And there's proof of that. And that you knew you were lying to the public about all of it being for decoration. Then that you knew the reason that last live come down was because of John changing the rules. You admit it. It's all there, along with other things. And then you lied to the public and your subs, members, chats. Oh, among quite a few other pretty things. Oh, and it proves what I was saying about Squall this entire time. When I finally get out of that goddamn setup hotel room, you all fucking did all that shit to me and whatever. And then Squall calls and I lose my shit and I give you the play-by-play as she's doing it. And you're kind of like, and don't forget later on, I have you on recordings kind of admitting to be the one in charge of the airport Subaru incident and who all was involved on the ground. But it has my play-by-play for Squall, right? And what she's doing at night, trying to dig for one of you all. And I catch her lying to me and I hang up on her after a screaming match. But either way, it proves what I've been saying about Squall the whole time. And that she was pissed that you all took her marathon idea from her. That's what you're afraid. That's why you're like, oh, I'm going to target her and I'm going to take her whole YouTube. Wink, wink. I know she's listening through whatever. And, we're going to hit her and take her whole channel down. And you and Jenny were plotting that bullshit, right? And it was a threat again. And it was but she don't care about us tragedy pimps and our kids, or if they can afford their medicines. Yeah, y'all ain't give a shit about anybody around Summer. Not Candace, Dawn, not the boys, not anybody else's. You've tried to absolutely annihilate everyone's lives, incomes, anything else, and you've made money on every single fucking one of us. Like you said on Cam's while you were arguing Bullhorn there a couple weeks ago, you ain't done one goddamn thing to help someone. You've made a fucking mess out of everything. You were the ground force, the one that was supposed to acquire all of us. You set up everybody and everything. You pushed into everything. You are the central fucker-upper of Summer's everything. You were more useless than tits on a bull. And you've tried to weasel your way in everywhere, even between law enforcement and Candace and Dawn. And even between, and to make sure you could try to listen in to certain people and conversations and also the shit between law enforcement and all these other sources around Candace and Dawn. You're one nefarious ass trying to attempt to control everything, bitch. I know what you've been up to. Make no mistake. And if you continue, I will straight turn everything over to TM. And I will cross my ass over there to the state line to file paperwork. And here. And I hate that y'all find a problem, you grown women, right, with how tight or loose my shirt is. But I assure you, I don't give a shit. Here's the thing. You should probably worry more about not what people are wearing, but what you're wearing, which includes multiple faces, multiple personalities. And I hate y'all find something wrong with my outfit. I don't, and I don't care about it. Y'all ever see me come on here and be like, oh my God, Fizz is wearing this shirt, or so-and-so is wearing this type of clothing, or something? No, you've not. Y'all know why? Because that's goofy as hell. Y'all are grown. You didn't even do that to children. Like, man, even when we were kids, we didn't do that type of shit to each other. Who are you grown women? You don't know who? You drama. You ain't about these children. You ain't about anything else. You won't worry about what people are wearing. You ain't worried about your double faces and personalities. I'd be more worried about that. And I mean, honestly, one of my favorite moments, well, there's two here. The other night, on the thing I recorded, of her threatening me again, and then her and Jenny trying to plot a way to take my whole channel, do all these things, right? And wink, wink, it's your income source, and I hate to do that to your kid and whatever, right? But fuck you. And then having to tell Jenny that indeed, because Jenny's like, yeah, the whole Discord has seen it, even though it clearly says edited this air. Jenny has no idea what the fuck. But either way, and then seeing Penny / Fizzle You know, and hearing her go, well, no, Jenny, you actually haven't seen the whole. Yeah, you need all the rooms, all the phone calls, Jenny, and all the things to make any of that come together. And you don't have it. And I assure you, probably Penny will never turn it, and I'm sure she probably doesn't even have all the pieces herself. Because that's how you make a puzzle, Jenny. But then there was this one time on TMs, right? That Adrian was up there while I was in oncology. And I was sitting there and I was hooked up to all my V's. And I hear TM ask Adrian, well, did Penny turn over? Will they let you see all the scamathon material, right? Adrian's like, well, no, they never would give us access to that. That's not in the data bank. Yeah, but they tried real hard to get into that data bank. They're trying to pull you all in with a certain weapon that was over here too, right? You got seemed to work. Y'all might want to look back at who was in your Gavel Geeks group when it's still on Facebook. And you might want to sit and think real hard about how you were manipulated the same way, emotionally, mentally, fucked with, the data bank fucked with, y'all fucked with, drawn in, needful things, wrapped up, blackmailed, targeted, whatever, before you started doing it to other human beings. Because y'all ain't clean and clear either, and y'all ain't being told the truth. And that's pretty damn evident. But here you are for months eating me alive over a fucking Discord. I promise you've been cleansed as it was in real time. And if you weren't smart and didn't record it in real time, you ain't got it. She ain't turned it the fuck over. And you have to have all the other rooms and all the other things. And not just mine, but all the others, as she and they were communicating with them too, and in a Jiffy room and all this in order to put that puzzle together. And then you also have to add in the fact that some of us knew with very short period we were being fucked with by Penny, who created fake Fed. And it turned that room over to the real feds when she set someone and the real feds up with a fake one. And then everything else in there is just trying to keep them in there fucking talking, figure out what they're up to, and to let the feds catch them at it. Dumbasses. Anyway, carrying on. So, they need to worry less about everything else than worry about themselves. Anyway. We're going to carry on, guys. We're actually going to rewind. And Fizz can't find her own materials. She's flip-flopped over somewhere. And wait until Benny figures out what the fuck she's really been up to. That'll go well.
That I've the other.
Don't make me call his ass, Fizz.
Night. And then he blocks me.
Because I give him all the pretty shit too.
He goes on the next day to tell. He goes on to tell the very next day his clear over and over.
Because to certain monsters, you only work whatever until this. Just like they're only worth whatever to you while you can keep them mind fucked, thinking you're naive. So, but also a weapon who can do whatever. That only works so long, and monsters can only hang out so long.
The only reason Dawn,
if he was a real friend, I would sit down and I talk to you all day long. But I feel like I can't tell you anything because you just turn everything around and twist everything.
Okay, but I'm not going to twist the 7 alibis and Candace has none. She's going down.
So anyway, now that P-Fizz has tried to disrupt anything around it, whatever.
I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got time. She's going down. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I said that. But you know what? I don't really want to explain it to you. You know, if he was a real friend, I would sit down and I talk to you all day long. But I feel like I can't tell you anything because you just tell me everything.
He avoids that conversation any further, per usual, and you know, you can see there's hesitation in his voice. He's saying, you know, I want to tell you, but you're not my friend, or whatever the hell that sentence was. There's a couple of things that really have always stuck with me, Don, that I can't shake. And one of them is the time that you said that you had 7 alibis and that Candace has none, that she's going.
You know what?
Why'd you say that?
I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got time. She's going down. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I said that. But you know what? I don't really want to explain it to you. You know, if he was a real friend, I would sit down and I talk to you all day long. But I feel like I can't tell you anything because you just turn everything around and twist everything.
Okay, but I'm not going to twist the 7 alibis and Candace has none. She's going down.
Man, I really want to tell you, you know.
Somebody's in the chat. He thinks you guys are friends. He absolutely does not think we're friends in any way, shape, or form. That's been made clear over and over. The only reason Don ever entertains me and speaks to me is because he's worried about what I know, or, you know, what I'm going to talk about. And yeah, there are things that I'm not going to talk about that I would love to, but I'm not going to. But I will say this: after we had that long conversation the other night, and then he blocks me, he goes on the next day to tell. He goes on to tell the very next day his buddy one of the biggest lies, and verifiably that I've heard him say. We had a conversation about something that I'm not going to talk about now. But he went on and told his friends or friends or whatever they are, something about me bothering him at 3 a.m. And it was late at night, no doubt about that. I won't, and it wasn't bother. I sent him a message. He responded. He said he was up watching. I swear to God, he said he was up watching something about. It was like some church thing on like PBS or something. And so where we go from there.
I mean, honestly, I don't care what the reasoning is behind the 7 alibis. I was around for that. I did hear that piece, whatever, right? But they tried to say it was like OnStar, whatever, the super first. But, and I'm not talking about they as in C&D, but like that was the whole thing, right? With this place. I don't care how in the hell it was meant. I don't care why it's. I don't think I'd ever say that. Ever. Because of how badly that could be taken, right? But that could have been the point, just fucking off in front of YouTube, or, throwing shit at each other while they're obviously on things at that point. But the problem with that moment in time is it's both are being gaslit. They're on stuff. They're being manipulated by these creators. You see, so that kind of, for me, I'd assume that would mean that like, you can't use it. I mean, you've got out front straight manipulation leading into being. I mean, just gaslighting. But that's not something I'd say. You know, like, I got 7 elbows, you got none, you're going down. I mean, that's just a terrible thing to say to someone anyway. Right? Even if, like, like, okay, this person is not guilty of anything or whatever, but just to terrify them with that thought, which is not out of the realm considering the abuse. Right? And to hold it over their head and be like, hey, if you don't cooperate, if you don't stay with me, you don't do this and the other, then I'm going to make you look like, and well, who's going to protect you? I got the hell, you know what I mean? It's just, so who knows in what form it was intended, what it was meant to do, if it was just bullshit, the hoaxes, the goofball shit done, especially in those very early days by C&D online. You know, who the fuck's to know, right?
Is, you know, and like I said,
but I think for most of us, I wouldn't say it, but you can't. I mean, abusers and monsters, man, they say some weird shit and they try to do, I mean, who knows in what way, what was going on, you know, very messed with by tragedy pimps, gaslit, substance involved, abuse involved, you know, all these things, right? So, who knows in what fucking way or why.
I'm not going to talk about that, but what he does is he goes on to paint this narrative the very next day that I am telling him crazy things like something about a slab under his house, that I went to City Hall or the county and pulled blueprints for his house.
Now, this has been a recurring thing around here with the slab of concrete, the walls, this, the construction that, somewhere's behind this or under that, wherever. It's been a continual. And with this, it's mentioned so many times right here in just a second. I'm like, man, are they trying to have, like, C&D's whole house? Like, well, I don't even know, man. Like, they're trying to have shit fucked with now to that degree? I don't know.
That never happened. That I was questioning him and saying that I knew something about the slab. I don't even know what the hell that is. I doubt that there's even foundation under there. It was just a lie. But the point of it was to make me seem crazy, because he knows that I know things that he doesn't want out. And that's a fact. And don't test me on it either. Yeah, he said I was an architect or something and got building plans and you know, whatever.
I mean, honestly, I'm like, at this point, I'm like, man, Josh, it's kind of what they do. Not they as in C&D, but like monsters and abusers of that caliber. I mean, you've seen many examples of it here right in front of your faces, including by these tragedy pins. Right. They try to make you look crazy or like you're off or you're lying or they're the this or that, and then they deflect and the word salad and the gaslighting, and but you didn't see and hear what you seen and heard, and but they very much conform and often try to get in advance and make you look like you're nutso or crazy, and that way you can't be believed about anything you might. It's like it's a known thing. It's a thing. But also sometimes people that are being honest do that as well. So it just, but around here, and that's where I'm heading with this, in a way, right? So I'll kind of, we'll just go back to this. Yeah, Resurrection, it was quite a while ago. The concrete slab, the walls, the dumpster, all that shit. And half of that was started by Linda. and then it just grew and grew and grew. And it was put out by Green Eyes and shit too. It's whatever, you know.
No, I didn't. If I designed his house, it should be destroyed. Yeah, so I have no idea why he chose. Well, I do have an idea, because he wanted to he didn't want to tell anybody what we talked about. He won't talk about it. He will not do it, and I don't blame him. Right? I truly don't. I mean, I'm you know, he gets really frustrated with me, and he says, what the hell's wrong with you? What the hell's wrong with you? He's always mad at me. He's always mad at me. Hold on here. Pull this up. Spill the tea then. I mean, that's just not really how it works. I can't. You know, everything needs to be verified and ran through Ellie, and I'm just not. We're not there. He's not even throwing hints. He's mad that I called him out on something. He doesn't like it. So then he goes to his friends and lies about the conversation that we had, making it seem like it was a different conversation, yet at the same time trying to make me sound nuts. I don't know anything about any cement foundation. I don't know anything about blueprints. I know that he did it. He said that because he wanted to lie, and that's what he does. He incessantly lies. It's a constant thing. He's always lying about tons. He tries to steer you in different.
I mean, there are times, right? The rest of the world, they thought Dawn was lying. And I mean, every trash pimp, from large to small, in between, the whole world called Dawn a liar about certain things. I'm like, but that's like one thing he's actually not lying about, bro. But they would eat him the most for those things, but then they'd swear he was telling the truth about other shit. I was like, the fuck? It's pure bullshit. You know? The equivalent for me, like, or some of the things that are equivalencies are watching the public and all the crazies online, like eating, like, say, the footprint guy lied, right? Instantly. But then being like, they would zoom into pictures and leaves and all kinds of shit and be like, y'all see Bigfoot? There's a guy laying back there behind the Dobbs photos in the tree line. It's like, and they would believe that shit, bro. I'm like, Twitch, are y'all fucking serious, bro? Yeah, so, but yeah, there's a great many lies around every, especially by those who tend to conform, pull in, take on, skinwalk. There's all these things, and there are definitely an abundance of fucking lies. And there has been since June 15th. And all kinds of mudslinging, jello shit, bullshit, by many circuses and storms and creators, crazy people and soap eaters and all kinds of stuff. And since day one. So it's picking all that apart and having the ability to kind of sort of use it in ways. But still, yeah, only I think Ellie can do that to a degree. On some things that may end up mattering.
Directions. Now, from a conversation that I had Let's see. Let's see. Oh, like he's threat level midnight mad, guys. I'm telling you. I don't, like I said, I don't know anything about any of that, and nor do I care. By the way, I do not care about some slab of cement. But let me play this for you really quick. Don's explaining to me what happened in great detail, even though he wasn't there. Or was he? I don't know.
Because Candace was right here with her baby girl, with her boy. They was all here. Somebody snuck up here and grabbed her, and Candace was just on the other side of the house at the time that it happened. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
I just don't see how that could happen with a house full of people.
I don't know. It seems impossible, but you know what?
And then he never elaborates after that. It seems impossible, but you know what?
That's the thing. Saying that, well, he's saying that in a way that is like he was actually there. I don't think that's necessarily the case. He's just repeating possibly what has been told to him, right? And all he can do is speak from what Candace told him. But if he believes her, right, then I mean, this has been day one stuff. Dawn's always playing she was at home this year, but y'all won't speak to Dawn, right? Everybody's Dawn this, Dawn that. Dawn's the one online. Dawn came out here. What else can he do except tell you his piece of the timeline as you coming home from work, I guess? And what happened between them throughout the day, phone calls, messages, that type of shit. And repeat what he was told by Candace. That's it. Right? But also to say that it's to hear others go, well, I just don't see how it's possible with a house full of people and then this and there. Well, yeah, look, for me, all possibilities are still on the table. Okay. As things are coming down the pipeline, I think fires and puzzles for me. I know that I have gotten from like a bigger number to a smaller number of, but still, yeah, all I can do is work with what I'm working with, you know what I mean? But, to do that. And that doesn't mean any of that shit true as far as my puzzle fires. Right? But there is, just because you don't see it, and nobody will ever see it again as it was June 15th. They will have no clue the comings and goings and the true extent of all the circuses and perfect storms and the way the land was and the trees were and the brush was and the humidity levels and all these fucking things. Nobody will ever on this earth see that. All right, experience it? No, nobody. It's much like the fucking Titanic scene, right? You can only view after the fact the shipwreck. You can come back and visit it. You can see the hole left behind in the ship's whatever and the compartments, and then you can burrow about in. But you can't say, well, I've seen the conditions of the sea, I've seen this, I've seen that. I was on that ship. You know, you can't do that. You can't say it's not possible, because I'll tell you what, the hubris of man and the jinx nature and all the perfect storms surrounding the sinking of the fucking Titanic. Guess what? The thing was supposed to be unfucking sinkable, and all these perfect events lead up to the worst disaster at sea at that point, right? With the largest ship ever made. Anything that could go wrong did go wrong, right? um, the thing is, though, you have people and their statements after. Like, I could smell the ice on the ocean. They're direct sources for that event. Survivors of it, those who live to tell. They did see. They did live. Right? But all you all can do, all we can do now, we can listen to them. We can burrow through all the things, but you'll never be on that ship. See those conditions, smell, hear. You'll never know. Right? So to ever say from any of your all's perspective that it's not possible, or you just don't understand how, right? So I believe, because there have been many homes, many places. 3 seconds and a child's going from a whole grocery store filled with other human beings out of a parking lot filled with many other, and not a trace left in the world. You know, and with all the perfect storms, anything is possible. Does that mean that's what happened? No. Was it possible? Yes. Now, from in the basement, I don't think so. Do I think that Summer walked off into the woods and never be seen from or heard from again? Absolutely not. Do I think she was taken out of Beach Creek from the creek or otherwise? Fuck no, I do not. But for her to have been accessible or watched, targeted, taken from that hill or close to or a little bit off of, absolutely. From either side, from interior and exterior, yes, and it is possible. But does that mean that's what happened? No. Does it mean that the person was unknown to her? Nope. Could somebody have been sent to do that? Yes. Was it planned? Was it a thing in the works? Could be. Does it mean it was familial? Does it mean any of those things could apply? Nobody's implying that it had to be a fucking stranger driving by. But does that possibility also exist? Yes. And if you live there and were, direct source, then you know it is. Right? Oh well, I hate to tell y'all that. But that's part of what makes this so shit fucked. Had it been any other day or 3 days later or fucking before the woodcutters and brush cutters started, would there have been as much of a possibility or the property sale? Absolutely fucking not. And I think if it weren't for that, somebody would have been caught. If it weren't for all the collisions of perfect storms, I don't think anybody, I don't care if it's familiar or stranger or set up or planned or any of that. I think somebody would have been instantly fucking caught, honestly. But I don't know. I think a quarter-mile difference in it helps too. But hold on, guys. Alright. So anyway. Carrying on.
I don't know what. And you cut off every single little question. He heads it off. Carol says, "Hi, Josh. This is my first chat to you ever." Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. So let's listen one more time. It makes no sense. He's extreme. And by the way, Teresa, so good to see you. I've missed you so much. Great to see you. One more time, and then I have a couple more. And no, I did not get his blueprints.
Candace was right here with her baby girl, with her boy. They was all here. Somebody snuck up there and grabbed her. And Candace was just on the other side of the house at the time that it happened. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
I just don't see how that could happen with a house full of people.
I know. It seems impossible, but you know what?
It does absolutely seem impossible to me. And he actually agrees with that. I know. It seems crazy. It seems nuts. You just don't. How would that happen? Really fast, though. This really doesn't have anything to do with the show, except it's a funny. Soundbite to me. I found it funny. Just listen to this.
If it was an accident, number one, Candace would call the authorities right away.
Well, we already know that he says this. Okay.
Wait, number one, number two, or number one. Let's put this number one. She'd be trying to save her daughter's life if there's some kind of accident. You know, and I don't forget what number two is, but anyway.
Right. So he gets confused between one and two. So basically, what he says there is, there's no way that Candace would.
I think it's more of a trying to figure out which one is higher placed, but whatever.
Call 911. I disagree.
And honestly, in there, everybody kind of knows that. Man, if something happens to you, your best bet is to pick up and drive out yourself. I can promise you that. It's you wait on help in there, and you're fucking gonna die. Okay. It's not the place, man. You're so far away from either end. So there are certain things you give up that normal people are used to when you live in, right? And then people project what and how they live in services and response times. Not bullshit. It doesn't work that way. We all know, including the guy who got shot in the throat. Right? Best thing you can do is pick it up and drive your ass out of there as quick as possible and hope you know the roads well enough to do it. And it's the best thing you can do. That being said, I have often wondered about that. Obviously. Many scenarios, right? Like, if someone had an accident, hot car things or candies or whatever, right? And for me, I'm like, I don't know that she necessarily would call, but because of the other things throughout all the years, with even some are having simple things like snotty nose, or and major things even like the RSV type at the time, and her asking opinions, or all these things, or the boys cut their feet, some or whatever, this or that, they're gonna ask me to help. Man, why wouldn't she call that day? And why wouldn't there been more noise from her going, oh my god, if CPR or something were required, might be like, even if they didn't know how to perform it, why wouldn't they be like, hey, Jody Sue, do you know? You know what I mean? Or reach out to one of the other neighbors as they're driving out that, they knew would be home and know how to perform those things. You know what I mean? I feel like she would have. All right. So anyway, and I don't know if that's me hoping or me thinking, it's like, well, why wouldn't she have done so, and it's wishful thinking, because of things in the past, but maybe it's just me as a mother going, well, I'd hope that would be the case, or projecting what I would do if I didn't know what to do in those situations, or whatever. But man, I don't know. And then if something did happen, accident, why wouldn't there have been more noise? Why was it so still and quiet until it no longer was? I don't know.
Hopefully that's the truth. I hear circus music. Thank you so much. All right, so let's listen to this again because this is hilarious.
If it was an accident, number one, Candace would call the authorities right away. Number one, number two, or number one. Let's put this number one. She'd be trying to save her daughter's life if there was some kind of accident. Now I forget what number two is, but anyway.
Right. Like, what? Number one or number two? I think he wants to start out at number two, and then he goes to number one. I just like that clip because I think it's like funny. All I get from Don is a lot of bile. Heck, I got hit on the head by meth rock the other day. Just another day on the job in Don's ulcer. Yikes. That's not nice.
If it was an accident, number one, Candace would call the authorities right away. Number one, number two, or number one. Let's put this number one. She'd she be trying to save her daughter's life with her some kind of accident. You know, and I don't forget what number 2 is, but anyway.
Right. Just, there was like 3 number 1s. We should have been on 4 by then. Whole bunch of, yeah, exactly. A whole bunch of number 2s, part of a number 1, and then he forgets what. I mean, I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Good to see you, Brandy. Let's see. Now, one of the most damning pieces of audio out there. I know he does. One of the most damning pieces of audio out there is when, to me, when Don said this, I asked him about it. The other thing that you said that I have trouble with was when you told Candace that you protected her, and then she said, you haven't protected me, and you said, oh, really? And she said, yeah, and then you said, don't go there, Candace. Don't go there. Remember that?
You know, we're always arguing. No, I don't remember that, but just what it's not about you. It's about someone. You know, it's about you. Oh, wow. All right, then. I'm going to have your asshole, and you can protect your asshole. You can protect me? Oh, really? Yeah. Never son go there. Don't even go there. Wow. We're always arguing, and I do try to protect her because I love her, and then because I know she's innocent. And I protect her feelings, and I try to protect her heart, because everybody is attacked 100%. Of course I'm going to defend her, because I know she's innocent. Well, it's her.
The thing is, behind that, you can hear in the gaps there, right? Because most people just concentrate on the I protected you, Candace, don't go there, right? That's what your ears hear the most. But if you listen to the in between, you know, there's the it's about Summer, and she's like, no, it's not, it's about me. And if you add in that night to live streams, phone calls, whodunits, talking to the personal life behind, and things like Candace not agreeing with somebody who he's talking to because all they're doing is annihilating her. And hell, who knows what way he meant that either. Just like the 7 alibis. Did he mean that, and I protected you from some of these tragedy pimps and their eating and rendering of you? Is that what she meant when she was like, when he's like, oh, it's about Summer? She's like, no, it's not. It's about me. Because that time you almost had a very real, like, Don was trying to throw her under the bus thing going too, right? And these creators were definitely like, oh, Don, but also fuck Candace, you know what I mean? And maybe he thought he was doing good online and somewhat protecting her from absolute annihilation, but he was actually working with creator. I mean, but he had to see it, right? It's a fucking chaos storm. It's a mess. Right. So how do you tell what he really meant by that? Well, you really can't tell what either meant by that, simply because of tragedy being involved and manipulating them and fucking with them and targeting Candace while licking Dawn's ass and this and the other, and that can be explained, you know what I mean? So these people have really fucked with, contaminated any moment. It could be anything, right? And that's pretty fucked up when you think about it. Now, also, it could very much be exactly what you think it is, but how in the hell do you tell? How do you tell? It'd been a lot easier to tell had they treated Dawn and Candace like humans, done interviews, not played the spy versus spy and all the bullshit, right? And the don't fuck with cats, and here let's dive in and commit real crimes against these people and fuck with their lives and gaslight, manipulate, treat it like North Korea red zone, and like they're really gonna get to the bottom of it right in the middle of some of the most important times, the very first. And these people have hunted us, all of us, within hours of summer advantage, and inserted and tampered with and fucked our real lives, us, hunted us, traded cash for us. And they did. Woohoo cat, they did. They interrupt us and then they clip it, right? And then they're like, oh, but, and you see, there's the fucking problem. There's the problem. And they often do that. And C&D have probably been, and other monsters, no damn good and well I'm talking about. Like, you can see it on others' live streams as well, how they'll make sure a call goes in and then they're led away from, or Scott H or all that. And they're like, oh, but what? And you'll see them, and like Ernie tried really hard to do that shit. And it's like, fuck you think you're doing, bro? That ain't how that's going to work. I'm going to finish my thought. But then they put the narrative out to you all of, oh, she talks over and she won't blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just not going to let them do that, because they try to get these short and then they'll interrupt. That way they have that clippable bullshit and stuff too. I'm like, no, I'm gonna get the whole fucking sentence out. But straight. And they don't like that, and they will try to overtalk you and try to lead you, and then they will interrupt. They'll do whatever and ask the next question before they get to answer the first. They do that on purpose, because they're not here about the full sentences. They're not here about the full actual interviews. They're not here about treating anybody around Summer, including C&D, like humans, whether they think they're guilty, innocent, otherwise. They're here about, and I'm not saying Josh, okay, so don't take it away. I'm saying that Tragedy Pimpville as a whole, they're here about making it look like, and like they find a person and then they fit too, right? And then by the time you end up this far, there's so much shit built up that could look certain ways that it's unreal, but how in the hell do you get down and burrow behind all of that to find? Where does the truth lie? Where are the things that are not touched, not manipulated, not led, fed? Where are all those things? Where are the non-contaminated? Where are the pieces where, like, all of us around everything, right? Don't realize we're being fucked with by all of these tragedy victims and their little minions and their pick-me's and their inbox bastards and whatever, right? Like me, it's like a day or two and you realize something's very wrong with Fizzle over there, and there's a fake Fed. And you're laughing your ass off, but you think, like others still try to make that thing, oh, she's naive. She's nefarious. But and then you have to start and going, yeah, there's something wrong here. And you know these people are fucking with you, right? And doing terrible things and capable of extremely terrible things in your real life. And in Summer's case, and the community, and to real people, and trying to set up law enforcement, literally, and searchers, and to set up all these things, like, in this corrupt whatever. And they've got so many. I mean, they act like this is a real interactive fucking story, and they can just, do the ABC option on which way they want to take, like an interactive fucking video game. Select, choice, right? A, B, or C. Choose which way the character moves, type of shit, that you realize you have to protect yourself from these YouTubers. And also, then you have monsters of certain calibers around here in real life that very much do skinwalk, try to conform things to, pull info from, and pull hoaxes with, and help target others around Summer's case in life with bullshit targeting by tragedy on purpose. For what reason? Yet to be seen. But, and that it was happening in real life, in real time, inside of that road, before a lot of us ever came public, is concerned. So, where's the truth? Where does it lead back to?
Oh, yeah, Pedro. What's up now?
The other interesting.
Oh,
Very, very interesting. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, well, MK, you know how I feel about floppy. But the thing about floppy is, like, there are certain tiers of these, and even though, man, at this point, now I don't know about signing with, but contacting, for reasons, absolutely, before I'd contact others. Now, would that mean siding with, or ever agreeing with, or not still being entirely pissed off about, or upset by, or not holding accountable for what Floppy's done? Absolutely not. But could I separate that in order for others to be called out or outed and their masks pulled off? Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. But then I ask you about the time discrepancy. Okay, so another major point of contention with Don and I, besides every other single piece of way to try to live your life and raise your family, that aside, and by the way, Sugar, thank you so much for becoming a member and gifting a membership. That's very, very, very nice of you. Thank you so much. Okay.
No. See, my eyes are doing so bad. Sliding up to you, not sliding. And I don't know about sliding up to either, but yeah. And I talked to Fluffy not long ago, behind the scenes. But that's the thing. If need be, I will reach the fuck back out to Floppy before I'd reach out to others, for reasons. But would that mean I'm not gonna talk shit about, still hold feet to fires, all that? Absolutely not. I know how to keep shit simple, right? And I'm well aware that is and will always remain honest. And no trust at all. I'm also very aware of shit still being done in the background and has been done to do other things. But we'll get to that in another way for not. We'll come straight on this. Because there's a part here where Josh and I kind of agree.
Well, just a renewed membership. We love renewed memberships, and we love memberships and subscribers, and just anybody that'll hit the like button, listen, appreciate it. Not a new lab rat, just renewed the membership. All good. Always. Hey, you, Mystic Rogue. Always good to see you. Mystic Rogue is a staple on Lab After Dark. If you haven't subscribed to Lab After Dark and you like to hear everything kind of not even behind the scenes, but just like my stupid thoughts, go ahead and sub up there. Yeah, they won't need to, in my opinion. So, remember the time discrepancy. Does anybody remember when Dawn went full nuclear meltdown on me, telling me that there was no time discrepancy and that I had no idea what I was talking about and that it was all made up? Does anybody remember any of that?
And where I'm not pausing and sitting there, if Josh wants to private it, I'm fine with that. And I have no problem with that. But so if he wants to reach out to me in private, I'll do that. No biggie, just as long as it's here, etc. For purposes beyond all of us around SummerSlam. It's fine with me as long as these things are left here in case of like emergency race. In case they're ever needed in the future for pieces and thoughts, those round summer and direct sources. I guess people think I've been here this whole time for no reason, and it's cute to target harass the tournament. Think, oh, she's just online. No, there are pieces and parts that mean a great deal one day if arrest and justice don't come soon.
Just curious. Let's see. You'll find this and then we'll play it for you. But then I asked you about the time discrepancy, and you told me there is none.
What time? There is no time discrepancy. That's all made up bullshit. Wherever you're getting the time discrepancy, that's crazy.
You said you got home at 5:30. That's impossible.
Well, I think I got the call about 5:30 because I think I was at work about 5:30.
I know, but Candace didn't call until 6:26.
Okay,
and you called a few minutes later.
That could be. So why are you making such a big deal?
Because that's over an hour.
Well, I get that. Okay, I get that. But see, you're missing a lot of points of interest.
How?
A lot. Okay, for number one, okay, I wasn't really paying attention to what fucking time it was. Number one.
Here we go again with the 1s and the 2s and the 3s and the 6s and the 12s. Number one, there's no time discrepancy. He legitimately He legitimately screamed at me one night, more than once, telling me that I'm making stuff up or that I'm lying about a time discrepancy. He even understands the time discrepancy issue. He does not want to talk about the time.
And that's the thing. You know, I heard that I don't know. I know it's here when I finally heard that bit here. I know I was on like a live and I was like, wait. And at first it was offered out that was the time of the phone calls, and then it was offered out that was the time he got home, and then it was like there was a point there. Because we still lived there. Like 5:30 is mentioned, but I never paid attention to it, whatever, right? But I couldn't, not in exact context. Like it's like, well, he was saying something about there. I never really paid much attention until later on I wrote this. And it was offered out 2 different ways here. That clip was used to say it was the time he got home, and then again to explain the phone call and to say that was the time he received the phone call. Mountain Cat, but they did. Like, he and Monster and law enforcement all collided at one time. Like, law enforcement was kind of passive. You know what I'm saying? Like, they sort of did. And he may not have seen the first cars go in. You know what I mean? He may not have. He may have thought he arrived. Like, but they were all kind of just, it was at one time, like, type of thing. You know? But that doesn't mean he's implying that he got there at 5:30 hours before cops. But when I'm standing there in that field and the boy's there, and then you see Monster coming in, you see at the end of the road, you see the Subaru come in, you see Dawn doing all these movements, you hear the cop cars and the dogs light up to the left, and you see the first cops, the first 2 coming in, and then you see, and then I've met the 3rd or 4th, and then another day, all these things, there's these moving pieces. But here's the thing.
Hates when you bring to... You'll find this and then we'll play it for you. But then I asked you about the time discrepancy, and you told me there is none.
What time? There is no time discrepancy. That's all made up bullshit. Wherever you're getting the time discrepancy, that's crazy.
You said you got home at 5:30. That's impossible.
Well, I think I got the call about 5:30 because I think I was at work about 5:30.
I know, but Candace didn't call until 6:26.
Okay,
and you called a few minutes later.
That could be. So why are you making such a big deal?
Because that's over an hour.
Well, I get that. Okay, I get that, you know, but see, you're missing a lot of points of interest.
How?
A lot of. Okay.
He says to Josh, well, I get that, but you're missing a lot of points of interest, right?
Okay, so number one, okay, I wasn't really paying attention to what fucking time it was, number one.
Here we go again with the 1s and the 2s and the 3s and the 6s and the 12s. Number one, there's no time discrepancy. He legitimately screamed at me one night, more than once, telling me that I'm making stuff up or that I'm lying about a time discrepancy. he even understands the time discrepancy issue. He does not want to talk about the time. He hates when you bring up the timeline. He told me that the other day. No, you want to talk about the timeline. That's what he said to me. And I said, of course I want to talk about the timeline. And he says, I don't want to talk about the timeline. Why he doesn't want to talk about the timeline? Your guess is as good as mine.
Now here's the thing, right? If there are no other calls to law enforcement that exist at 5:30 or before, yep, there's an issue, right? Now, whether there are hearings in here or not, there are things that have made me feel like there's a possibility that others exist. But when I first see Candace on June 15th, right, after 6:09, she says she's then calling on. Like, that's when, she's making the calls or whatever, And then they say that 6:20 something is when the first calls come. I'm like, okay. But, and it goes back into some things, For me, it would make more sense if an actual call went into law enforcement around 5:30. And here's why. Because that day, after 6:09, knowing the general response time, and I've said it even on my first anything publicly, I'm like, I was astounded at the response time. Like how quick they got there. But that's also based on where they're located in the county and other times. So I thought, hell, they took it serious, like, boom, and they're in there. But knowing they didn't get there till, close to 7, so it's still possible the calls went at 6:20 something and they hauled ass and got in there, right? But generally speaking, I mean, you're looking at 45 minutes to an hour. So had a call been placed at possibly 5:30, it would make sense for what the usual response time is. For them to have gotten in there at 6:30 or so, right? Even though I thought, shit, they really got in here quick if Candace just now called them after, 6:09. So, but if, however, there were no calls until truly 6:20 something, then yeah, that response time was fucking amazing. But also, that's a problem for me. Simply because if calls to Dawn exist at 5:30, she knew someone was missing at 5:30. But the first calls didn't go into almost 6:30. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a real fucking Especially when combined with the fact that you, especially by the WJHL interview, that Grandis, especially, trying to say the boys, whenever for some reason they had this idea that Summer had already been kidnapped, apparently even prior to coming into contact with me after 6:09. And Grandis never did come in. So how in the hell would they have any, like, and my idea, I was not the first to put, oh, she's been kidnapped, because that wasn't my first fucking thought, and I never put that in the pond. Dawn did. But, here's Grandis later on WJHL saying they said, boys, don't search, afraid they'd be taken too. But if you've not searched everything yet, then how in the fuck would you have, like, this idea that Summer had been kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? And to know that the event she's speaking of took place while I was a direct source below, and I could hear the boys crashing down the left side and going in, and they hadn't come back yet to say, okay, Grandma, Mom, Summer's not down there. It means the whole place hadn't been searched yet to even fucking know, right? And then you've got the boys telling me one thing, they tell law enforcement another, all these moving pieces, right? And then you also have Candace on day 2 after Summer vanishes, when Candace never knew the time of the scream. She did not know the time of the scream. But she recorded saying the reason she didn't hear it is because she was already searching for Summer in the basement. Boys, TV up, this there, blah, 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 right? So it's her trying to conform, I don't know. That piece itself is weird because she didn't know the time at that time. She just knew I'd heard. And the kid, I honestly, at that point, I don't think she knew the kids had heard it either, because I was like, I heard her scream. I'm sorry, I did not. And then when she's recorded, she says, my neighbor, right? And then later on, Donna Dab said, what? I know he's not told by us. I think it has to be told by another party about the muffled part and all these other things. And implying to the public like it was muffled the whole way and down the dog track. I don't know. There's too many shaking parts, and it makes you wonder. It makes me know, right? But if I don't know, by day 2 or Gomel, I missed the screen, whatever, right? Maybe she just thought, because what she thought, you know what I mean? It's like, maybe when she discovered Summer missing, and her mom went, well, I never heard her scream, but she didn't know what time. But she's like, well, obviously, if there was one, then maybe that means it happened in the timeline. So it wasn't actually her trying to do anything. It's just her speaking from, well, maybe I missed it because I was in the basement, and who knows what time she thought. I don't. But then you also have her on Prayer Gardens at one point trying to pull back the timeline, saying she seen me at like 4:30 or 5 or some shit when she's messing about with Benny Keys and Salted Earth on that panel. She's like, well, I don't know, Benny. It was like 4:30 or 5. There'd been no way in hell I'd been down there, because she said I was waiting on Andy. There was no way in hell I was down there waiting on Andy. Because, no, right? I ain't gonna be down there long before him. What the fuck? Not even if. So, um, you know, and if she's willing to pull back her timeline like that and say, okay, well, 4:30, 5 o'clock to try to match the time on the screen, right? And trying to place me in places I fucking was not, that says something. Or was it a slip up and that was her admitting, like, it wasn't her pulling back, but her not thinking and going, oh, well, that's when Summer actually vanished, right? And if that's the freaking case, then why weren't the boys sit down at 4:30, 5 o'clock to be searching the property? All right, and then to come back, why would they only sit down after 6 or 9? If all those things are the case, then why in the hell was the first call of law enforcement only at 6:20? Why was she, but here's the thing, you also have red flashes, you have door slams, you have a vehicle going up also at 5:30. Why would the police not have been contacted? Well, and all I can do is hope and wait and hope there's not a Harry in there somewhere and that more calls exist for somewhere to law enforcement that day and that they are placed before 5:30. Because if not, and still yet, even if they are, then why in the hell was everything not being searched way before 5:30? I don't, so many pieces. And then why are you just coming off the driveway after 6:09, screaming and yelling and talking to Dawn so loud? I really think there's another whole ass human being in that vehicle. You know what I mean? Why is it just at that extent? Why is it, not a calmer thing by that point? All right? Why is it that conversation so loud and clear? And the words so crisp and still at peak and height? There have been way more calls made, or even before. There's a lot of things. If there have been prior contact. And all these are little pieces, match up pieces here in ways, but also on actual interviews with investigative journalists and all these others. And it's like, what the hell's really going on? And those are all parts of the fires. And I don't know. Wow, Mike. Wow. But then, that still doesn't mean, like, say the timeline doesn't say all these things are that, right? And they took time to plan for thereafter. But that's the thing. It still doesn't mean they're the ones responsible for whatever took place. It could simply mean that they were like, oh shit, need to get shit together because Summer's missing, right? But why still yet? Not hours yelling, why not searches everywhere, why not the boys sent down prior to? But I mean, for me, there's a possibility that, and I kind of believe this to be true. There's something about it, right? Something in me says that Summer was very much gone before 5:30. There's just something. I think it's a very good possibility. Not because of the script, but because of other things. Um, and the thing about that screen is this, and I know I think I've got it on private. There's quite a few of those. I know we touched on it lately, but you've heard thousands and seen them type in, I don't believe the screen. I don't believe this. Unfounded that. Blah, blah, blah. Right? You've heard these tragedy pimps go on about, oh, the scream to this, blah, 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 and overlook the fact that 3 of us. You've seen tragedy pimps and dumbasses like Jenny march their asses in with Chasing Truth and all this goddamn garbage. Going by, they've tested whatever, giggle, unfounded indeed. Yeah, no. The proof was always right here on what could or could not be heard from fucking 110 to 125. No tragedy pimps going back to test needed. No law enforcement needed. was all here the whole time. From pieces prior to summer vanishing, even with full foliage, fall stuff, in the very days right after summer vanished, with almost the same, right, presence, I recorded and I've placed it. From shrill to light to dogs to Don speaking on what he could hear from 125 to 110, what could be heard from 110 to 125 in different locations. It's here. Right? It's here. But here's the thing. They eventually learned about the muffled sound, right? After certain things are out there. And then what happens is Dawn starts speaking on that, but attributes it only to me, and then makes it the dog trail area. I don't know, man. The thing is no matter who you are, alright, what you've heard here is them tell you whether they believe or disbelieve, but based on what? And I'm talking about the tragedy and the other members amongst you and chats. Blah, blah, blah. Well, who in the fuck gave them a precise location? You ever heard them say that? You ever even heard them say a general fucking location? Weird, huh? And the only way some of the tragedy pimps could have thought they knew a location was because of what they either got off of a monster who wasn't paying attention and not in the purview of, or and everything was not discussed with either because it didn't matter. And I knew better, and I was wearing bruises for all the other things, and but daring to give a damn, right? But as far as that hill goes, they had access at a certain point to info. But here's the thing. Only law enforcement holds where my ears hurt. And I made sure of that. Made pretty well sure of that. I've so there's other possibilities way none of these people could stand. Like I was talking earlier with the Titanic and the whole thing and recreation. I mean, you know, the direct source, you have no idea where the fuck it was, stood, cabin's no longer there. Even Monster couldn't tell you where. You cannot recreate. And also, you also don't know all the areas that were possible to hear from and to. Therefore, all of you are full of shit. You have no goddamn clue. None. And therefore, you have and cannot possibly have all the puzzles, the fires, and the pieces and possibilities. of where summer could have been taken from that could potentially line up with other things that have been mentioned for summer and other things we all know would have not stayed that way. Uh, and even those closest to Sandy, I have no clue. I don't know what to tell anybody except to say that I've seen a whole lot of conforming and pulling towards to make things fit around what people have projected, maybe been told by others, and tried to fit things to. I don't like the feel of it. But there are multiple things in there and with the sentence. So. But even certain monsters and others cannot and do not know the possibilities because they never discussed with, knew. Much like the children and I didn't even convene on it. So. Nah, it's not so much that. It's what YouTubers pushed out to you all. Because they think they fucking know. Or they assume or they project and they just want to create. But even they have no idea unless people have seen it try to tell them. And that's a problem, isn't it? Because why are you fucking sharing that with YouTubers? It's a real big fucking problem. Especially when these YouTubers have admitted to targeting certain people around summers, everything on purpose, including the children of the adults around all this. Well, for many reasons, I find it to be a problem, and yet it keeps being. But You know, chicken, eggs, chickens.
You all right? Look like I'm all right.
It's very upsetting to eye on you. It's weird. I don't know if they've said that they're done coming on YouTube yet, but trust me, they're gonna.
On the other side of the house at the time that it happened. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
I just don't see how that could happen with a house full of people.
I don't know. It seems impossible, but you know what?
Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. But I tell you what, if anybody in the world would question me that my daughter was missing, and I knew for a fact that she was abducted, to let somebody question you, is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. But I tell you what, if anybody in the world would question me that my daughter was missing, and I knew for a fact that she was abducted, to let somebody question you that way seems odd to me. What he's trying to do is he is trying to convince me by his words. And he hasn't. And he hasn't been on YouTube. And ever since him and I had that conversation the other night, where it ended very abruptly, and fireworks, by the way, he will now swear off YouTube. They'll say that they can't come on anymore. That
I mean, but on the other side of that, isn't that what all the tragedy pimps do too? Isn't that what everybody here does? They try to convince you they're so certain, they're this, or that, blah, 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 and they do not know. I mean, that's what everybody here does, man. And the nuances, the things, they're all left out, right? Because it's so hard to go back through everything. Each time you do a live or talk about something, or you talk about June 15th, and all the events and clips and parts where Candace and Dom were online early on, and this and that, the other, blah, 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 and give all the things behind everything. You can't really. And that too creates a problem because it leaves room for others to try to talk for to try to go, well, this is what they meant, this is where this is whatever. And to turn and twist and drop pebbles and narratives, pushes, and cycles, and all the little things everywhere from all sides, and then create more reactions too, right? And then go, so it's like, where's where's the I don't, and it's because of Josh's connection with CM, and because um it's part of it, be my guess. Uh, Also, possibly because right now everything's very much in a cleansing cycle and damage control. Masks trying to stay on to, all these things, but there's very much been a cleansing over here and attempt at redoing narratives and looks and whatever. And Dawn's always very much cared about how they're perceived and how they're looked at. And right now, Josh is the spearhead of Oh Hell No and triggering for Dawn, whether it's like other monsters who want to keep masks on or lies going, especially against those who speak out about them, or try to tell others about them, or whether it really is just like, man, like, stop, like, not guilty, knock it the fuck off, quit with, whatever, you know, who knows what the reason behind it, but knowing that behind the scenes there's still in contact with many makes, Josh ain't that special. You think he's only reaching out or talking to Josh? You're wrong. There are many he's talking to, and has never quit talking. But y'all just aren't seeing or hearing it right now. Simple as that. So, by the way, isn't Dolly supposed to have been on the ground here since 15? Anybody know if he ever made it here? I'll check out. Anybody know? Bueller. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego, buddy? That was 1 day ago. He's working on merch. I assume at home. But he was supposed to be here on the 15th, working on more of the documentary thing. He told me, he said, I don't, whatever. Where'd that go? Happened to that? Okay. So yeah, it looks like a day ago. Apparently he didn't make it for the March 15th pilgrimage. Shit on them. I don't think that shit. Probably not a drink. That yeah, I don't know. Touch the button. I just touched enough to take a cursory glance. Looks like there was merch being made. So I would take that to mean it's located at home and not here on the ground like it's planning to be. Big bleep. So I don't. Not joking. I feel like I'm about to throw up. Honestly. I mean, it's bad. I feel in just seconds like that. Huh? Yeah. My skin's starting to look. Diet took a hell of a power nap and smoke, but still feel a little better. My heart stuff's bad, but I'm being very careful. I've been taking it very easy. And for me, I feel it mostly back. And it's always been kind of that, and it's why you're seeing me kind of lean forward. And especially that's a sign of it is, because it's, and I didn't realize when it first happened, right after radiation and things that, especially, oh God, especially, but it's your body's way. I didn't even think about it. I couldn't figure out why I'd be almost bent double and things, not realizing what I was doing. It's your body's natural response to that particular thing happening. Just take pressure off your heart. It does this thing. So that's why lately you've been seeing. So it's a thing. It's a known. And I do it involuntarily, just not thinking about it. It's just body. It naturally wants that off of your heart. So, Mountain Cat, what I did or didn't do with my health status, none of nobody's business. Where I went, what doctors called, what kind of anything's around anything. And I know you spoke a little bit lately on things, but I very much did make sure that once I realized what they were going to do last year with certain monsters around everything that and for other reasons in play, that I did certain things to ensure that monsters could not weaponize my health or use that, especially while targeting little and things around. And I'll continue to semi-walk. And I wasn't wrong because I was asked about it. Alright? Just a couple weeks ago. I was like, the fuck? Are you shitting me? Like, I don't know. Did you ask other people if they had their yearly checkup? I bet not. So why does mine matter, you know? Like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I've made sure to walk very carefully. Also, with other reasons woven in, to where even family and the closest to me are unaware. And as you clearly hear and see, mentioned, it's a lot. And even certain monsters could give answers because wasn't nobody's purview anyway. Nobody gave a shit until it was time to feed tragedy pimps and otherwise. And tragedy pimps wanted access to, and people wanted to use it to target or try to get near little or otherwise. Yeah, it has nothing to do with something simple as that. And those who have cared throughout my life, they're privy to. Others are. And I can walk just fine doing my own thing without people. Oh dear. Woohoo. Oh dear. I don't know. Uh, I think we're doing the spaghetti thing. I really want a spaghetti. And I'm hoping I can hold it. It's a very cool night. It's been raining. It's beautiful, honestly. I've been outside, you know, it's raining. It's one of my favorite types of day. And it feels like a spaghetti. Anyway.
They have to focus on what they're doing because they have literally retreated into their home. I don't know if they've said that they're done coming on YouTube yet, but trust me, they're gonna say it. Now, are they?
Well, they said a couple weeks ago there was a gag order and they couldn't speak, but they've been speaking, so does it ever really matter whether they do or don't? No.
going to actually do that? I don't know. Probably not. But when anybody questions anything that has some truth to it, they shut it down. They just completely shut it down. And I wouldn't be surprised if they make some announcement. And by the way, Tim Mullen, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. I'm sure you're watching as you always do, you creep. I mean, seriously, like you're, Tim, you...
He must be looking at the audience thing. I don't know. What the hell? That come out of right field, didn't it? Left field, right field, center field. Shit if I know. I don't like baseball.
Bother me in a lot of ways, and I'll tell you why. Because you're kind of like, you're like a creepy dentist that walks around with a drill, but it's not plugged in. And, you know, Don thinks you're cool because you were born in Vietnam. And you freak me out. Like, seriously, like I don't get it, dude.
What the fuck kind of analogies are those? Like a creepy dentist has a drill, not plugged in. Don't think you're cool because you were born in Vietnam. What is that, man? I'm hoping that's some sort of vague hint, wink at something, because I don't know, man. Feel it? I don't know. But Josh obviously feels some type of way about Mullen.
And by the way, you better hope that you don't know exactly what happened, because you'll get it too. I guarantee you. They keep an eye on you. It's weird. I don't get it. I really, really don't. I don't get it. And your little subtle tweets or Facebook posts, like, no one cares. No one cares. You don't intimidate anybody. You frighten people, but that's about it.
Frighten people? I'd love to know what's meant by that. Because out of all the words I've used for Mullen and all the things, I don't think I'd ever see frightened. But I wonder what Josh. And I hope it doesn't mean what I think it could mean.
Just like you wanted to get involved in Brandy's case. We still have no idea where this child advocacy comes from. It seems like a new venture for you. And anybody else that is helping Don that has any guilty knowledge may want to run for the hills as well. Wait a minute. Did I got...
No, way back Mountain Cat, there's actually a thing like online about Mullen. He actually, I think, was born. Or his parents or whatever or something. But supposedly it was a thing. It kind of reminded me of Monty Flavin or Collie. It reminded me of a thing from a movie. It's like, really? Seriously? What the fuck? I don't care what somebody's born, but they made it a thing. And they said that Mullen had been born in Vietnam, but that I just don't know. And at the time, I thought they were wrongly mixing up two people. I still don't know. I don't care where Mullen was born. I don't
care. Just like you wanted to get involved in Brandy's case. We still have no idea where this child advocacy comes from. it seems like a new venture for you. And anybody else that is helping Don that has any guilty knowledge may want to run for the hill.
That's a hell of a statement. Huh. That's a hell of a statement.
As well. Wait a minute. I have to update my membership, but I want to miss this live. Oh, that's all right. And Fun to Ski gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. It's very, very sweet of you. It's very upsetting to know. Like, I always figured that Don wasn't telling the truth, but to...
Carolyn Reed, what are you talking about? There's no... What are you talking about? She never makes any cost sense. Huh? I don't know.
See it play out in my face of what a completely hardcore liar he is. And by the way, Don, if you want to say that I contacted you about some concrete slab, if you would like to produce those text messages, please do. Because you know damn well what we talked about, and you don't want to talk about it. So that's why you said something else to somebody else. And you get people to do your bidding and lying for you. That's okay. That's all right. I don't need it. I know. Your constant thing is, what the hell's wrong with you? That's what he says to me all the time. Oh, what the hell's wrong with you, brother? He said to stab me in the back, too. You know, just tell the truth. That's it. But he won't. It won't. Tim is so unimportant to me that I have never, ever looked at his posts. The only ones I've seen been with someone else shows him on video. Yeah. Sammy's.
And I think what Josh is because I don't want to drive narratives to pick Josh. I think he's implying Mullen is there to keep people safe, maybe direct targeting towards everything else, maybe keep bullshit going, chaos, storms. A director of sorts. But you have to wonder if it's really Mullen, or if it's really what he's being told, thinks he's doing the right thing. How many around might be doing that? I don't know. And why? And for whom? Is that why he's frightened? Maybe? I don't know. How do all the separate camps work? And maybe some are being entirely misled or maybe gullible or whatever into protecting, but not necessarily because of guilt or innocent, but because of simple a want or need for public perception not to be bad or wrongly accused of. Could it be that simple? Is it more than that? Where's the truth? Right?
Wow. Got a membership. Do you think he actually believes Candace's story? No. No. I have maintained from day one and will continue until somebody proves me wrong that they both know exactly what happened and they're the only ones that can tell what happened. I have a feeling that most people that were there that day could, and I do believe it happened that day.
And I don't even know why that would be a question. Because there's been whole press conferences from the feds and LE and everybody else to be like, look, let's stop this rumor bullshit. Summer vanished on June 15th. She was not gone prior to that, blah, blah. They've even given a kind of timeline for that on WJHL. But the thing is that so I don't even touch on it. It's so silly. But yeah, I mean, you also have to say, well, there are other scenarios where maybe that doesn't hold true. But then to leave out possibility that other children may not know on that hill, or that Grandis may not know, or that C and D to say they're the only ones that would know. I don't know how you can come to that, to say that's the only possibility exists. I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, guys, that takes it's modernized. Things are going. Anyway, I'm gonna try to finish this. And honestly, Mountain, I mean, when you're saying, well, even the most basic information is just not cohesive, and that was from the very beginning. I mean, you're not, you know what I mean? Like, even those of us who, I mean, I think the same thing, but it's like, only law enforcement's really gonna know how cohesive things are, etc. But I could only say that I've seen law enforcement's reactions to things changing, and it's like, wait, uh-oh. But once again, you have to have GPM interference. But so those things give me a clue, right? Being a direct source and living there and having contact with real people, real long contact, all these things, right? But you all really have, and even we can't say with certainty how cohesive, how things line up. We can only say what we know, think we know, what we've experienced, whatever, right? Living in there, otherwise going through this, you know, and around and with and near each other. And on June 15th, and that whole part where you mentioned, mother's going for a walk, because I mean, that really could have been breakdown in communication, signal drops, in a well-known area for it. It could have been that they meant, because nobody ever said, well, she went to a walk to XYZ or all the way down the road or anything else, right? You all just, everybody did. Like, oh, well, that means she went jogging or walking or something. Could have just meant she was walking between the camper and the house. Could have meant that she walked down the damn driveway. Which I'll tell you, there are times, and I know Candace herself said, I don't walk, I don't jog, I'm too afraid of the bears, this and the other, but, you know, her and the kids would walk off and on, here and there, but I think that's what happened with her. But she would walk them to the bus as well and back up the hill, off and on, but, was I having on she could? No. But, is she gonna go for jogs and walks for pleasure? No, not really. But you know, it's for law enforcement stuff. If I don't know. Don't know if it's breakdown communications. Don't know if they meant between the camper and house. Don't know if that was actually like there's not pieces and parts missing in there. I don't know. Ellie knows, right? Uh, it could have meant a great many things. Could have meant at first it was maybe a story about her walking up somewhere else or whatever. Or could have just simply been miscommunication, signal drops, whatever it could have meant. Great news. And only elite. No. Although we've all clearly heard Kansas City where the fuck they got that from, but going on a dead one. You know what I mean? Yeah, and they do take fast notes. That's the thing. Enhanced, but only law enforcement will know, man. Because everybody's heard out here is the dispatch. They've not heard the actual calls. And nobody knows whether or not law enforcement's holding back dispatch or other calls prior to 620, whatever that. And I hope a lot that there is a call somewhere near 5:30. I really hope there exists one. But while there wouldn't have been all the events prior to that and not after 609, I couldn't take because I can't make those. I can't make that leap because if a call went in anywhere near 5:30, then why in the hell weren't the events transpiring prior to, instead of only after, like, and around 6ish, 4? Like, that's the thing for me, right? Why is it that seniors describing moments in her WJHL interview that I, after 609, was a direct source for, right? When and if Summer vanished prior to 5:30, why in the hell weren't those events taking place then without me being a direct source, witness, and ear witness to those? That's for me more concerning than other. Yeah, I don't think that's true. And I know that nonsense about the onions and shit, it came from elsewhere very early on. It's now shut down. Won't let anybody touch the pieces. There was a breakup there. Anyway, I'm gonna try to carry on with this stuff because I'm getting sick and I don't know how long I can hold out. And like I said, if Josh wants to reach out, I'll probably.
So, you can take up for Don, and everybody says there's not one shred of evidence, there's not one piece of evidence. I would contest that there is so much circumstantial evidence against these people, meaning guilty actions, guilty knowledge, changing stories, not cooperating with police, not talking to law enforcement. All those things are guilty knowledge. All of those things can be used in a court of law. So the fact that there's anybody that says, and if there are people that can defend their actions with an actual debate, with an actual sense of purpose, if you can give a good reason as to why they act the way that they act, well, I'd love to hear it.
That's the thing, right, Josh? You've seen other monsters come on and do similar because they're worried about public perception and real acts, whether whatever, except one or two are, proof. They're worried about the truth, worried about keeping the secret, all these other shits that lie in the background. For instance, abusers do that. They also try to conform to what's released out here, like and then they screw up because what's little bits out there they take and try to make a story around, but then things are held back, and it shows them to be doing exactly that. They try to conform their stories around, and then because there's real evidence that they're lying and that they have done exactly that because they thought that's all there. We've seen a very recent example of that, but there's also many reasons, right? Lots of people are known to want certain masks to stay in place. Public perception, what they look like, what's actually known, it's a possibility it really is just that simple, but God, at what level do you just stop and go, man, who gives a flying fuck as long as summer's fun? And justice served. Gives a shit, right? Like, let's give a shit about that after summer's found, justice served, somebody fucking arrested and held accountable. Then let's worry about civil court and all these other things to where then we hire lawyers and then we sue the shit out of people for making us look like, et cetera, right? Or trying to get book deals or Netflix shit with our direct source shit. After slandering the fuck out of all of us, harassing, terrorizing, and committing crimes against us, our families, loved ones, and children from day one. Right? You'd think that would be the case, right? I mean, for the most part, it's fine. At a certain point, because, like, we made the skip hop over here, but I thought, well, I'll shut them down. And then the line's like, wait a minute. No, let them kind of carry the hell on in a way, because it's, but also when it matters, kick back out, do whatever, make sure this shit ain't twisted that way. For the most part, they've obviously tormented the living shit out of us, right? There's no super fixing it in real time. But there is an after, and even if they hide, even if they put back materials, even if they erase, you can still pull all of that, especially if you've kept it, and show what they've done. Then you worry about your image. You make an example of them in that way. That's kind of what it became for us. Problem is, now so many tragedy pimps screwing with all of us on top of everything. That's created and helped enhance what the hell was happening in real time, but it's also created insanity and possibly helped further hide things and shit. Even if it was only because certain people cared about their images, how they were perceived, right? And to the degree, you don't want to be known as certain shit. I get it, right? Because I've kicked back out myself. It's like, oh, hell no. Or, to turn it to where a victim, survivor, fighter is being targeted with abusers and things in this realm, and then trying to flip scripts, all this shit against, those who have fought to try to survive them. I mean, it's a special type of cruelty and evil that should not exist anywhere like this. It wants to spread by advocacy. But, so yeah, I mean, certain levels, I was gonna be like, hell no, you don't. But if that's all it's ever been from June 15th, it's concern about looks or perceptions, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm just something. I don't know, Mountain Cat. I feel some type of way about that one in particular. They were playing pranks and hoaxes, and I told Steve, I was like, man, that you were gonna look like garbage because of that, right? And then Candace has played those hoaxes and bullshit and garbage on me too throughout this. Right? Luckily, I had journalists and others, and I happened to be on live panels when something happened, and others I couldn't keep from it, but I mean, it's been wild. But and then taking off of Summer's case for bullshit targeted phone calls, try to sign little with when C clearly knew already in person, and then to make it like she didn't know. And that was something Josh said. Was it Josh? No, it was Cam. That was the piece of it. And I don't even know where it's and that C has a habit of pretending like she just found out things, or it's new news to her, but it's not. And I don't know if that's her way of trying to pull info from each person she comes across to see what they know about these events, or playing stupid or whatnot. It's very similar to other monsters in uh, our lives who have watched do the same thing for eons. It's a game certain types like to play, but when it's done in a way around your own missing child, I don't get that. Or putting in calls you know are false because you heard these things, like, and playing stupid about events later that you clearly know, right? I just don't get that level of what the fuck. It gives me a great pause in that. And the more I've seen of those things, it gave me great pause and doubt in what I thought I seen and heard on June 15th. And that's exactly what I told C. They were fucking around married at that. It's like, no, I wouldn't have, that's fucked. And you know how that's going to, and there's been a continuation of that pattern. But I think also that was done with Mary because of the affiliation with her and CM. They didn't like CM, but all these other things were in play in that. But I also have thoughts around all of that I think there's a whole lot of fuckery in that situation from all camps. And I don't think any of it's right. And it's led to the chaos and the hoaxes and then knowing they could be played and used and put out by tragedy pimps to target and torment the rest of everybody else around. Yeah, I just don't know. There's so many fucking facets in leaving. Yeah, I agree. It's not something I or most of you all would do if it was our child. It's damn sure wouldn't be my go-to. Alright, I don't give a fuck how or what I'd ever done in my life prior to that date, second, anything. I've been like, hey, my child, my child, my child, and I've been playing games, taking time off of eyes away from their real case by playing games with, acting stupid or oblivious to. But even Cayman Allery talking about Sears, and there's examples that, like when she's talking to whatever the hell it was that were recording on the hill and about the red truck, dude, all that's bullshit, and it's kind of wild considering everything around it. But it's a why do that? Why lie? Why do that around YouTubers? Why? And she was trying to make Dawn believe that. See what? Why? I don't know. But there are moments like that. Even coming out, I guess she's bad for making you think she doesn't know something, or just found it out, or just this, just that. But you know she knows, or has been told before, or you've seen her know. And then the next day she's like, what? You know, it's a thing. It's a thing I've known in my real life with a real, you know, abuser and things like that. You know, it's a thing. Well, maybe to them, Mountain Cat, they are loving and responsible, whatever, or do care. The best they know how, and the best they've been taught. And that's the line you kind of put there, right? Especially for C, right? I don't know how, I mean, take forever to kind of explain that, but also I don't want to seem like, well, giving excuses for or trying to justify shit. I try to think through everything and always, you know what I mean? But I gotta tell you, it's tired of honestly giving all kinds of monsters benefits of the doubt, or trying to be like, well, maybe this reason, that reason. And I'm talking about all monsters in my whole ass life, ever. Shitty friends, shitty people, shitty flying monkeys. And maybe sometimes I give too much away. I don't know, but something that I don't know. I know I've come to a place in my life where I realize that I very much need to stop trying to do that. Like, you know what I mean? It is because it can go very wrong when you have like some savior ass complexes and these things. But I, a long time ago, stopped trying to do that anyway. I cut most everybody in my life to where those who especially kicked that in for me and separated myself from all shit. Most people who would inevitably drag me into situations like that, right? And but still yet, even in boxes trapped, and shit found me. my friends, family, others make fun of me. I was like, I'm serious. Like, I could literally be on a goddamn deserted island and something would happen. It's fucking stupid. It's like a magnet. Bullshit. Like, I had no fucking walking an alley. Who the hell knows Tuesday, June 15th is gonna fucking happen? And there have been many events like that in my life. I don't fucking know. There's a lot of Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. It's like, whoa, what the fuck was that? But Tuesday, June 15th was something entirely different. Entirely different. Mike, you were just on it, but all right. Yeah, man, because I recall they once someone said bad names, bad this shit on their face. Yeah. And then have targeted all of us, which I find fucked up. And someone set up shit that looked like it was happening in real time in that road. I found a little fucked up. And that was before the public ever heard of us. Any of us. You know what I mean? Didn't, you know what I'm saying? We're the last to really speak publicly other than certain others. But, you know, found it pretty fucked up. The game's being played, the targeting shit behind the scenes, and that has still yet continued. And kind of leads back to that's a hell thing to do to all of those who have tried to help since the first and tried to figure out what the fuck all the Joel and Mud's about too, but never want anything more than the best, which was Summer found. And somebody fucking arrested. Fuck all of us though. Oh. And I mean to say, well, okay, well, like maybe after we become public, right? They could have wanted some shut the whole fuck up, right? The thing is, whatever, that would have been a separate issue. But that was already occurring, and us being talked shit about, and then being recorded talking shit about all of us, and trying to seemingly pre-target and make us look all kinds of ways inside that road. Prior to most of us coming public, well, what the fuck is the reasoning behind that? Right? So it's been a hell of a thing being able to go back and see that was happening without our knowledge within hours and days. Some are vanishing and we had no clue. So you tell me why some of those over there were doing that before we'd ever spoken publicly. Couldn't, I mean, now if it had only started after, It could have been to do whatever for many reasons, but you know, public perceptions there, but it was already on. With tragedy pimps being fed things, this and the other, talk shit about, narratives driven and lies told. All this for no other reason than to make everyone else look sus. Seemingly, before they'd ever spoken. Right. That's a problem. Maybe it might have made sense had it only happened after everybody was online, but it was happening in real time. Inside of that road, in real ways, with tangible, physical stuff happening, mud, jello, whatever, but then also you can, for us who entered way later, and go back now and listen to things these tragedy pimps were recording and whatever with, and all of us who did nothing but try to help from the first seconds, minutes, etc. onward, including other neighbors, targeted, slandered, harassed, outcasts that they were directing YouTubers to do and giving them. That doesn't make sense. That's a problem. No.
I would love to hear it. But they're not smart enough to get away with this. They're not smart enough. What have they gotten away with? I've said from the beginning that I believe that law enforcement has been operating under the assumption that Summer is deceased. Now, is that a terrible thing to think? Of course it is. Is it a logical thing? Of course it is. Of course. There's no rush. They are in the midst of a CPS investigation. They are still going to court about it today. And yes, they did go to court today, and it was CPS related, but there were no rights signed or anything like that. At least from what I've heard. But no, there was no rights signed away. There was no decisions on that kind of stuff. And I know that they have an April CPS hearing, but it's all semantics. It's all semantics. They're ordered to go. They're ordered to go, but they don't want to go. You get what I'm saying? Like they have to go. They have to go through the hoops because it's court ordered. But they're not going to get those kids back. Not even Don believes that. And he told me that. He also told me that CPS, he thinks that CPS, in the midst of our conversation, he tried to steer it a different way. He believes that CPS has stolen, that Summer may have been stolen by CPS and traffic. That's what he said to me.
The fuck?
That was a scenario that he laid out to me.
Okay. Actually, this falls back into something I have. Hey, my eyes is stuck together. Do you want to bite? Okay, I know. Mama's got it so hot. So fucking hot. I'm sorry. I'm sick. Mama's sick. I'm sorry. This is not gonna make you any cooler, buddy. Oh my gosh. God. This is not gonna help you or me. Well, it might help me, but it's not. It's not. I'm too weak to tell you about this. No. 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 Yeah, French. I love you though. I do too. I do too. Your mama's sick. You know your mom. No. Okay, okay. You wanna go outside? You wanna go outside? Okay. Alright. Whoa. Whoa. Hey. Alright. You gotta sit. 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 And then we'll go outside. Sit. Nope. Not again. No. I know you're excited. I'm so sorry. I know. Look here. Sit. Nah. You know what that signal means. Don't play me like that, bro, dude. You gotta sit and behave. Sit. Down. Nah. Hey. Down. Down. Nope. Down. And then we'll talk. You're not mine. And least. Since when do we not listen or do the signal? Huh? Since when, Brad? You're being a heckin' brat, bro. Don't you get a breather? I hear you. I know. I got it too heckin' hot for the heckin'. I'm sorry. You want to go outside and cool off? I hear it's still tears. Alright, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take heckin' to cool off.
What does that tell me now? Okay, so we have everybody being blamed. Everybody is blaming everybody. There's mysterious people. There's CPS is responsible for it. And he said that. I mean, he legitimately said, like, I could.
Maybe.
Do with this? He said that to me. Like, what the? Our conversation, he tried to steer it a different way. He believes that CPS has stolen, that Summer may have been stolen by CPS and traffic. That's what he said to me. That was a scenario that he laid out to me. What does that tell me now? Okay, so
that falls under something very early on from a bitch. So where it's come back.
We have everybody being blamed. Everybody is blaming everybody. There's mysterious people. There's CPS is responsible for it. Our conversation, he tried to steer it a different way. He believes that CPS has stolen, that Summer may have been stolen by CPS and traffic. That's what he said to me. That was a scenario that he laid out to me. What does that tell me now? Okay, so we have everybody being blamed. Everybody is blaming everybody. There's mysterious people. There's CPS is responsible for it. And he said that. I mean, he legitimately said, like, I could, I always wonder if CPS had something to do with this. He said that to me. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Fucking phone. Wise. I just came across it. Yeah, there's so much of it that has been fed to CND2 by this place. since very early on that then ended up in the middle of summer days, right? Because they themselves are also susceptible to the ideas. Horseshit coming from this place. And it had a very real impact both ways. I watched it in real time, just didn't quite put all of it until most shaking happened later down the line.
CPS? Why would they have anything to do with it? Yeah, they don't. They're not in a rush.
Because someone made them think so, Josh, and I have evidence of that. I have proof. I have proof someone made them think that very early on in Summer's case.
Correct. And don't deny that you said that, because I have it. It's laughable. I heard on YouTube that Don is related to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. Is that true? I believe that is not true at all.
Not true.
Did I? Sweet. Speaking of felon, you just made it on Don's Facebook. Really? Let me see. That's awesome.
Y'all, the heck, you want a treat? I'm doing a test currently. Fucking tragedy pimp. And I hate y'all been part of it, but you know, it's kind of noticed. But I do enjoy fucking with them and their stalkers. Alright. Alright, so anyway. They do often enjoy doing this cute little thing I think everybody has caught on to in all these many months. But there's one particular car. It's one of the ones that caught with jump outs, very much according to my little very early on in this. Showed the feds and such. Anyway. That enjoys coming by here quite often. And here's the thing. Every time I go out for a long period, or they hear the taps on the door, they hear a car pulling from here, you can bank on one of them coming by work. Trying to see what the hell's going on here. Who's here? What's happening? Right? Seeing if I've got mail company or otherwise or whatever. See if they can't get pictures of little. If they can't this, if they can't that, right? But like, earlier when the tippy taps came and I stayed, paused for a minute till I stood here and watched. Once they stopped fucking stop sign and kept waiting and kept waiting. So I know the family member were right here. And it was very obvious. And then when I said I was taking Buppo to cool off, I was out there for a few minutes, letting him cool off. And here they motherfucking come. Same car that for so long has been one of the most notorious. And they definitely have them sitting and waiting in little locals and doing whatever all the fucking night, just trying to see what the fuck's going on here, to see if they can get pictures of, see if they can, see who's coming and going, what the fuck. I don't know why, and I don't care why, but I'm pretty sick of it. And every time they do that, though, what's fucking hilarious is I can line up the times in a courtroom, alright, and show the stock. Time out on here, the cameras right here show, and then they show the same fucking cars over and over again. Up here and watch. See how that works? I'm sick of it. I can very easily stalking and purposeful and having people stand around and wait until while I'm on these to watch us. 2 terabytes. And the one, like I said, was very much the one that the person came out of and was videotaping and filming my little trying to get ready to go to school very early after we got here. And it was full on tragedy pimp and the 423 and the directed bullshit by Fizz and the rest, TM and whoever else. And I'll tell you, the places they're most likely sitting are also owned by family. And let me tell you, down through the road, there are many cameras, and we can see where you're coming and going from, who's in the vehicles, tag numbers, all the way around that road as well. Do carry on, because you've been carrying on for all these months. And you think it's just, oh, Jody Sue and her cameras. Well, it's not. I can show you in a pattern from the end of one road all the way to another. Because, well, family and hollows and roads and places like businesses and churches you think aren't related very much. The watchers have been being watched, and at the times correlate with me going in and out on here, and then there they are, and there they are on my cameras, going back and forth and where they're sitting. Y'all are a whole hot mess. Just carry on.
I wouldn't. Did I? That's awesome. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. It's hard for me to. I believe that is not. He's CPS and traffic. That's what he said to me. That was a scenario that he laid out to me. What does that tell me now? Okay, so we have everybody being blamed. Everybody is blaming everybody. There's mysterious people. There's
You know what's strange though? I think I've been the only one around any of this. Not to blame anybody and everybody. Y'all ain't seen my ass out in the middle of the road lying about like some sort of Sharpie shit. You seen me just slinging fucking mud and jello and coming out from all directions. Just not. Everybody else, though, they're certain so-and-so's guilty. So-and-so's guilty, and they'll just make whatever the fuck, and everybody's slinging mud and jello and fucking lies and horse shit and targeting and narratives at everybody. Monsters and their playthings will do it. Buddies, frenzies, and everybody not doing that. And I'm also one of the only ones I can really name that's not tried to tailor or pull back or do anything with my statements. Okay, June 15th. Everybody else in this motherfucker can't remember what they were driving, what they were doing, if they're at work, if they weren't, if they were having fun, if they weren't. If they were even clocked in, if they were really late at work, if they were this, if they were that, who they're with when the cops come in. Man, I tell you, I'm like the only motherfucker that I can name. You got Fred doing his shit, Sherpy doing his shit, Hill doing their shit, certain other monsters around everything, and all their things lying about all the things, and other neighbors, monsters everywhere. Ex-friends, enemy friends, frenemies. I don't know. I'm just like, bitch, I happened to be there, couldn't help it. This is what we saw her. At XYZ times. I hear my thoughts on these things, this and this, but I'm like, the only one I can name is not Taylor or trying to skinwalk or target the shit out of potentially innocent people, or like I'm like the only motherfucker that can remember where I and fucking two other human beings were on June 15th. What times? Hell, I can even know where the fuck the others were in the road and on the road and this there and there. Even all those motherfuckers. I'm like, I don't know. Like, the fuck you don't know? What do you mean you don't know? And it's hard to figure out who knows what when nobody seems to know a damn thing. Like, all y'all want to do all them fucking lines. Figure out what cars you drive and what actual time you got in this there without trying to tailor it to the metal. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, you all want to do that motherfucker. I guess shit. Like, okay. It's fucked up.
CPS is responsible for it. And he said that. I mean, he legitimately said, like, I always wonder if CPS had something to do with this. He said that to me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? CPS? Why would they have anything to do with it? Yeah, they don't. They're not in a rush. Correct. And don't deny that you said that, because I have it. It's laughable. I heard on YouTube that Don is related to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. Is that true? I believe that is not true at all. Did I? Sweet. Speaking of felon, you just made it on Dawn's Facebook. Really? Let me see. That's awesome. But I'm blocked, so I don't know. I wouldn't. Did I? That's awesome. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. It's hard for me to. Trevor, can you send it to me? I'm not friends with him. I know. That's great. Whatever. It doesn't even matter. Don, you want to talk about the 3 lives that you live? It's nothing. It's just a video with my face on it. Don't care. He's an idiot.
What? I don't even want to know.
Let's see. Oh, thank you, Sugar. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I mean, you keep playing this little game, and then I will just come out and just absolutely level you with everything that I have, and I'm not wanting to do that. I'm definitely not wanting to do that. But hi, Don. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, I know. It's funny because what he does. Oh, of course he is. What he does is he goes and like looks at my titles. He goes and looks at my titles before the show starts, and he gets like pissed off about them. Oh, this is awesome. Let's see. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, everybody. So, Big Don thinks that CPS trafficked his children. Or
You know what I think? And it's just simple about hunting. Like anybody with any sense could tell he was lying about quite a bit, mixing things up on purpose. I know I could. I was like, I know that kid knows better than whatever, right? And I could tell what was hidden behind the blanks very early on. Nobody had done bleep that for me. Especially when combined with another piece from Alley that didn't make sense. I was like, well, why are they saying that here, but then saying this here? Right, and I didn't listen to this. I just heard snips. And one night I went out to listen when it first aired, in like 5 minutes. I was like, fuck this. This is garbage. I think that was the more she talked to me. I don't know, either way. You have to go back through and figure out. But thing is, here's what I think. I think possibly Ellie got wind that CM made contact with and maybe directions were given to fuck shit up. Just a thought. Just a thought. And the newspaper here did call him a YouTuber. Just a thought.
Traffic summer and stole his children. And what that tells me is that he's more desperate than ever. He's even lying to people trying to protect them now. And it's just falling apart left and right. Yeah, Don, maybe you should post about your missing daughter. Don't worry about me. But you are worried about me. You're pissed. You hate me, you hate Chris, you hate Trevor, you hate anybody. You hate anybody who even challenges you.
You know what's strange about that? In particular is that Kraken, Trevor, a couple others, they brought in on purpose, right? Around and by the hill. Certain points and later on called all of the worst things to happen to, and errors and mistakes and this and the other, right? But then it continues to happen, and more tragedies continue to be brought in. I don't get it. But whatever.
Or stupid way of thinking. And that's what it is.
But it's odd for Don. Like, I don't know. Because there's so many separate things revolving around, right? But both camps and the mini camps, I'll call them shit and trouble and the worst things to ever happen. So odd for me the way everything functions. I don't know.
That's all it is. Your story doesn't hold water. You're lying. And the reason that you're lying is because you don't want your freedom.
Maybe Mountain Cat, but I mean, even H to a certain degree knows there's no use in that. And by that point, he really had told Ellie. So, why bullshit like that? Then there's so many other things in there that never makes up. But
Gone. Nor do you want your wife's freedom gone. And eventually, when the boys are released from your custodial grips completely, where you have no right to them anymore because the state of Tennessee will deem you unfit parents. And the fact that people stood.
I don't know, after even if I was a street smart kid who's in the middle of, and I knew Summer for years, and I didn't really necessarily think that highly of C&T, but thought my ass could be in a sling because of last contacts and things, and knew what kind of trouble and shit, or was maybe helping Ellie try to figure it out. I think I'd probably look through her phone too. Right. So, however, there's certain shit that.
behind you that know what you've done, that know what you did and know what you were doing, tells me everything I need to know about those people. Tim knows what kind of a person you are. Most people do. It's become very, very apparent. So if you want to finish our conversation, please let me know, send me a message, and we can finish that conversation. So I can give you a heads up of what's coming. Just a friendly little tip. And, I can feel it. I can absolutely feel that it's on its way. Crime?
Sounds a little too close to manipulation. Some variety of some shit to me. Whatever.
Time says, wouldn't you hate if people were saying you killed your child? Yeah, I really would. Yeah. Yes. Hell yes, you would. I'm out. Okay, we'll see you. I'm a very open-minded person, but there's nothing but them being different as far as evidence. What? What? Nothing? Just different? That's what you call it, different? Crack smoking parents?
He actually stated, oh God, but who gave the impression that on day 2 there were multiple.
Different? Okay, well, thank God for your open mind. It's just ridiculous. I don't know who said it. Pope Don the Turd. I love it. That's so funny. They're different. Right. Okay. Cool. Jesse Essex, thank you so much. He says, I think they're still trying to make a deal with police for her whereabouts. Yes, different as in abusive, and I know. CPS just opens investigations and takes children from people for no reason. And by the way, did I say that they killed her? No, I didn't. I didn't. No, I didn't. Yeah, different than loving parents. That I would agree with. Dawn, are you? I mean, are you trying to come up here? Like, is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do? You want to come talk again? You won't come near me, and you know why. You know why. Yeah, they take about 2 weeks. I don't know if he's going to take them still, but we'll see. But yeah, they're his. They're on their way to him.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I believe they were in court today. I'm different. I haven't heard anyone Donnie Candace aren't misunderstood or picked on. We know exactly who they are. I agree with that as well. Hey, everyone coming in late. Yeah, you know what? He did the other day mention UFOs. I'm not even kidding you. He tried to say maybe it was UFOs. Oh, another thing that Don tried to get me to do when we were being good buds, he said, it was funny.
Hold the fuck up. Is he saying Dawn said it was UFOs that took Summer? I thought he was talking about AB over like balloon and Bermuda ended up. Or corrosion, like, did he just say Dawn implied that Summer been taken by fucking UFOs? Is that what I just heard? I'm gonna have to hear proof of that. Is he serious? I'd have to hear that before I believe it. And they could have, you know what? Could have been a smart ass rage comment. It depends on context, I guess. It's cool. Alright. So, I don't think some of you else have very done it. Keep fucking with it, for real. And that some are saying what they are very much puts people back. Blitzer. I'm not amused in the least.
It's funny because he answers a text, and then he just writes "hey," like HEY. So he goes back to back, "hey," and I just like go, "What?" It's like, you should try and experiment. This is what he tells me to do. Try an experiment where you make up some elaborate lie.
I'm sure about
They mentioned UFOs. I'm not even kidding you. He tried to say maybe it was UFOs. Oh, another thing that Don tried to get me to do when we were being good buds, he said, it was funny because he answers a text, and then he just writes "hey," like HEY. So he goes back to back, "hey," and I just like go, "What?" It's like, you should try and experiment. This is what he tells me to do. Try an experiment where you make up some elaborate lie and see how many people buy into it. And then when they do, say, "I made that up. This was a scientific experiment." I really don't know what that means.
I guess what he means by that probably depend on what the context was and what the full conversation was, and what came before and after that particular part of the conversation. Because honestly, I mean, think about it this way. All of us trying to think what's tragedy pimps lie about us, subs, members who have shit wrong, and it spread like wildfire. And then later on they'll be like, whoopsies, our bad, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. So even if that thing wasn't true, the narrative was false, this was whatever. I guess it's sort of similar, right? But I think whatever Don meant by that would, you'd have to put it in context. The conversation leading up to that particular portion of it, and after. Otherwise, you can pull that out.
I'm not sure what that means. Does anybody know what that means? Yes, he did. UFOs. I swear he said that.
Yeah, but was he
Now, I think he was probably just being an asshole, but that's what he did.
So Don did.
Yeah, different. Not every day that you see someone lose every child that they've ever had from 2 different marriages as well. He wants you to be like him. Yeah, probably. You must think we're as brainless as him. Yeah, you know what? I don't know about any videos or anything like that. I certainly don't. But it wouldn't surprise me. You know, like I said, law enforcement has been very, very tight-lipped about this case, and you know, I'm assuming for good reason. And these kind of cases, especially involving children, take some time. And I'm more relaxed than ever about this case. I used to lose hope and get frustrated about it and so on and so forth. No more. I get it. I absolutely get it. Yeah, the scientific experiment.
That's weird. I think there's a common feeling going around. And I said common, not calming feeling. Not sure why that is. I think there's a lot of movements, but I've never lost hope. But I think some of us are especially hoping right now that some of these things mean something. And that the silence and calm and other things happening or not happening mean that they're actually giant tectonic plates moving without being. That's a lot of stuff. I guess we'll see soon.
So I don't know why he would want me to do that. It sounded like a stupid idea. That girl says direct him to contact LE. I've done that. I would gladly mediate the call. Trust me. That's always been my advice to Don and Candace is go talk to law enforcement. Maybe they'll cut you a deal. You don't deserve one, but maybe. Maybe they'll cut you one. I doubt it, but probably not at this point. No deal. Tracy, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm convinced that some of these people are tagged and they've been let out for observation. Nothing else makes sense. Well, there's more. Like I said, there's more investigations going on. You know, Don B has stood by this theory for some time now that when the boys' CPS case is over, that it will take off. That this case will maybe publicly take off more. I tend to agree with that a little bit. No, I wasn't. I wasn't. Absolutely not. No one should get deals at this point. I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Look, for me, the person or persons responsible for June 15th. When arrests come, I mean, that'll be entirely up to, I guess, evidence, prosecutors, what they think, all these things. But yeah, I'm not Josh. I don't want to see anybody get a fucking bill or pleas or anything. Not less or anything's not take this down by not well if you tell us where or what or whatever, if you spill everything like I'm assuming. Not for any I mean like I wouldn't care if it's fucking stranger, neighbor, community member, church member, give a shit who, where, when, what. Right? No. No. Um, unless Summer is being kept somewhere. And the deal is to tell where she is and to bring her back. Okay. You know. Otherwise, no. Not even.
Danny says 8 children, 1 disappeared to thin air, 1 home, 1 in a home for life, for permanent brain damage from parental abuse. Poor Don and Candace. Poor Don and Candace. Does anybody know?
Yeah, the thing though is, it would just depend on the circumstances around Mountain Cup. Because there was adult supervision and therefore maybe the minors should not be to the full extent, especially under the age of 24 where consequences are going. But and especially if abuse cycles or anything that played in any part of that. But if that's the case, I think the adults that we're supposed to be supervising as adults knew anything was a possibility, and one minor near other minors, I think then the adults should be held absolutely fully responsible instead of children. uh, to a degree further than oopsies, it was an accident. Either way, I think sometimes others knew that there could be a possibility of not so nice, and therefore knowingly in that aspect, knowing better than to take guys.
Okay. I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing that it's one of those standard routine checkups. They have to either go submit something, or they get some sort of evaluation, something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but it wasn't anything. It wasn't anything that you know meant much today, and so let's see. Feel like justice is coming. Let's keep the.
Man, I'm telling you, the amount of people just like running narratives and trying to control. Oh, especially where they need not be.
Oh, let's keep the hope. That girl says, keep the faith that justice is coming back to Blue and have faith in what they can do. I agree with you, and I believe in that 100%. I hope they find a very loving home for those boys. I do too. And that girl, thank you for your generosity and your positive reinforcement in this case. He's not going to come near you, Josh. You ask the hard questions. Don't go with his narrative, and you speak the truth. You, CN, Trev, the truth is coming. I agree with that. She was home with her baby girl and boys. Isn't that kind of the problem? It's a huge, huge, huge problem. Would law enforcement be within their rights to interrogate any person of interest? Hard to believe they did. Yeah, you can interrogate until they ask for a lawyer. And like I said, I don't have any knowledge of that. By the way, one of the funnier things is also that Don's always saying that they pass lie detector tests. Now, I've never heard law enforcement say that, nor will I. I'm sure that you'll actually never hear them say that. It's just kind of ridiculous, you know. I do not believe that that's true, because it only comes from Don. And they say, the father said this, the father said that, the father said they passed the lie detector, the father said that they did, the father said that. It's never, the sheriff said this, law enforcement said this. It's never anything like that. It's never been anything like that. Let me see here. Love your show. Can't get enough. Love your fur babies too. A big thank you to Josh and family. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, they didn't. No, they never said that they passed lie detectors. Nah, I don't want to talk to him. Josh, Lawson did say they did. Where? Where? I don't believe that they did say that. Trev says,
Let's see. I don't think so.
And on camera today in more than 2 weeks on the disappearance of Summer Wells.
You'll remember families said they last saw the 5-year-old at their home in Hawkins County in the Beech Creek community on June 15th. Bianca Murray spoke with one of the lead agencies in the case.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson tells me everything is on the tables. Investigators are not ruling out an abduction or that she might have walked away from her home. Their only goal is to find Summer, but they're saying it's difficult with.
And see, that's the thing. From the very earliest, law enforcement, these pieces were telling everybody that an abduction was possible, or that she walked away from home. But all they would ever play for you over here was that no, possible. They don't think this, and they would play the clips, pieces, bits, whatever, depending on who the tragedy comes to be.
With circulating rumors on social media.
In my position, in my detectives, everywhere we go, everybody wants to share their opinion, which is, we understand that. But 99.9% of the things that people are posting or saying, we've already looked into and taken care of.
Lawson says anyone living in roughly 5-mile radius of the Beech Creek community should look at their trail or security camera footage again from the day Summer disappeared.
And sometimes people will think, well, I saw that, but it probably wouldn't mean anything. But the least little thing to us may be something huge. So that's why we ask for the public, everything they see, to continue to check their property, their outbuildings, different things like that.
What kind of a toll has this taken on your department?
Mentally, physically, and emotionally. A lot of my officers have small children, like have grandchildren, and we know what goes through our mind if that would be our child or grandchild. And plus, us spending so much time in Beech Creek for 3 weeks, but my office never stopped. We're still answering all the same amount of calls, still, having bringing people to jail or investigating other cases. And it just wears you out.
Investigators are still hoping to find a potential witness who drives a red or maroon truck that was spotted in the Ben Hill Road neighborhood the afternoon of June 15th.
The biggest thing is the ladder racks and the white buckets means that they do some kind of work. And that vehicle was seen in the area sometime during her disappearance. And we're just wondering if they saw something. They may hold that little piece I was talking about earlier. It would blow this thing wide open, let us know where Summer is if they saw something. And we've searched and found so many of them, just not the right one yet.
And see, they say during, but that also changed throughout. Sometime 14th, 15th, and it changed to during.
Sheriff Lawson tells me that if anyone has a credible tip, not a social media rumor or opinion, but something they may have seen near the Beech Creek community that day, to let authorities know.
I'm going to take us down memory lane. I have been using Anastasia Beverly.
Let's see, that one is titled "No Person of Interest has been identified in case of missing road."
Well, my wife was just left at this attorney's office with the FBI, and she passed her lie detector test, and then they told her to hurry down to the command center because they just got a tip. So we're freaking out right now. She's trying to go to the district attorney's office with the. Well, my wife was just left the district attorney's office with the FBI, and she passed her lie detector test, and then they told her to hurry down to the command center because they just got a tip. So we're freaking out right now. She's trying to go.
The search for a missing 5-year-old girl from Hawkins County is gaining national attention once again following her parents' appearance on Dr. Phil last week.
As Summer Wells was reported missing by her family at their Beach Creek community home back on June 15th. News Nation Now's lead correspondent's in our area tonight, and he's focusing specifically on the Summer Wells case.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with Brian Enton today. She joins us now live. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, it's been 5 months to the day since that Amber Alert went active for Summer Wells out of Hawkins County. Tonight, as people pray for her to be found here in Kingsport, News Nation's national correspondent Brian Enton is in our area, giving her story the national spotlight once again.
It's interesting to be coming into a case 5 months in and place that we started.
News Nation is giving missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells.
Talked to Candace, and he said that she was just too emotional at this point. Seems like Don is really concerned about the public's perception of Candace coming off of the Dr. Phil interview.
This time on the ground in the Beach Creek community, in the first on-camera interview with Don Wells after that Dr. Phil appearance.
But then he did say something interesting about her friend, but I tried to drill in on that a little bit. Well, what do you mean? What friends are you talking about? What kind of friends did Candace have? What do you mean? And he sort of shut it down pretty quickly.
Enton also sat down with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
I asked him, do you believe that Don and Candace are involved? And he said, we're not ruling anyone out at this point.
He comes here after being on the ground covering the Gabby Petito case.
I'm seeing a fascination with the case. I behind their computer screens at home. But the most interesting and different thing with this case that I don't think I've ever seen before is the way the family has been interacting with these social media sleuths and YouTubers.
Like all involved, Enton says getting Summer's story and face out there is the most important headline.
But I think at the end of the day, people just need to look at the picture, remember the picture of Summer, look at the video, look at her mannerisms, because she could be anywhere.
You can watch the rest of Brian's interview with Don Wells tonight at 9 on News.
And the Sheriff of Hawkins County tonight on News Nation Prime.
What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart, in my mind, she was abducted. Everybody that's involved in this case is person of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
That News Nation broadcast at 9 p.m. on the channels listed there on your screen.
I haven't watched it. I don't know, but during that end period, my boss probably said something about something. Right? where it concerns the polygraph test.
Flying into Tennessee, we weren't sure what to expect. Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. No new leads, and basically no new information since the 5-year-old vanished from her Northeast Tennessee home.
I can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Summer's been missing since June 15th, and there are definitely some people who are not happy that we've come here to dig into the case. Some people on social media basically just telling us to stay away. But there are still so many unanswered questions about where Summer is. It's now been 5 months since Summer Wells disappeared. Do your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case is person of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet with us. We talked to him on the edge of his property, where Summer disappeared. What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there.
And it's always been weird that's where Enton is, and that it's parked there, and he goes, and we met him on the edge of his property where Summer disappeared.
We weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
That's the boy. Where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs on the plane. Sorry, I went over here right here.
Summer's mom, Candace, allowed podcaster Chris McDonough with the interview room into her home in July.
Is this how I would get down here? Yep. I don't know if you've been on your house.
They went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and Will Whalen was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I don't want to get come out of that. Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. I mean, we had to beg her, to please go on Dr.
And that's the thing. Like you have Enton saying, well, that's where Summer disappeared. You have Don saying the dog track. And for me personally, I don't believe that she's carried on that dog track. I don't think so.
To feel that she's just so been burnt thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset. Because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her, they've just ruined her. Very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am. We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable. No, I want to go home.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know. Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe she was in some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no. Any situation like that, the biggest mistake She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like, no.
You know what I mean?
No. No.
Into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no.
You know what I mean?
No. 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 She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
I don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, I can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can.
What? Why would he say that? Well, laugh and say he can't go there. What the fuck? The hell was that? What the fuck was that? Just
say after social services took Summers 3.
No, I can't go there.
Wells says he's limited. Of those people that came around could have.
No, I can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, I can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summers' 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me, sure. And just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants to focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have.
wait. I thought, was it not allowed up at the house? I thought he went up there. He just wasn't allowed. Whatever.
Have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says.
So Lawson did confirm to Enton that Candace and Dawn passed. At least according to him.
Everything is on the table. Everything
out. Everything's possible.
Candace and Dawn had no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it?
But if that were the case, then why would he then say this?
Possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called the cornbread mafia that we're seeing a lot on social media.
Yeah. Anyway. Also enhanced, they say that it's a witness. Right? They say the red truck's a witness. But hell, this ain't one of the cases where we know that's not the case, right? But this fucking place was really giving it as a witness. And they're like, ah! Right? No, dear God. Hold up. There. So, I don't, like, answer shit to the side. Letting the whole fucking world up for a bazillion times. But I just, for me, it's like, man, they'll let a million tragedy pimps come and go. Not that Enton isn't a tragedy pimp, but, they'll let a million of them come and go. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna change my name to Stop Start. Alright. Let's try.
Oh, Miss Christine. No, they didn't. Josh, Lawson did say they did. Where? Where? I don't believe that they did say that. Trev says, oh, Miss Christine. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I've never seen or heard any Ellie say they passed, and if they did, why aren't they cleared? I haven't heard that either. I definitely heard. I haven't heard that either. I heard Brian Enton say that, but yeah, that's the interview with Brian Enton. He also talked to Don all that day. The lab, isn't it true that police can lie to suspects and tell them they passed the test? Yeah, they can.
The thing is, like, for me, living inside the road, right? I know they were pissed off at one point, and I know they've been asked to take more. And they're like, fuck Hawkins, we'll deal with feds, but not Hawkins. Right? Because I guess Hawkins was asking. So I don't. Fuck Fano. And then, of course, you have the part where and then, of course, you have a point there very early on where Flute Fella says that Don and him told him it took him 5 attempts. And then I know from Don that he says he's fallen asleep just like others know that. And then, stated that too. Then you have Dawn at first telling me, at least Candace didn't pass it. Candace herself told me that first because she was so upset because Dad was screaming at her and stuff, so they told her to chill out for that and come back and take it, whatever. And then she passed it, all this shit occurred, right? So I don't know, man.
No, Lawson or Earhart never said that. I mean, that's just a lie.
I think,
That's just not true. I heard Enton say it, but I didn't hear law enforcement say it. Law enforcement never came out and said that. In that interview, Lawson said that they passed. I don't think they did. Yeah. Jasmine, if you can find a tape of Ronnie Lawson saying, or Leslie Earhart saying, that Dawn and Candace both passed lie detector tests, I will gladly play it on this show. I still won't care, but I've never, ever, 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 ever seen them say that.
Ah, that's cute.
Never. And Don also told me that they had to take 3 lie detector tests, and it took them over 3 days to do it. All right. I mean, that's what it is. Very end of Brian Enton's interview. I don't think so. Like I said, I don't believe that they passed a lie detector test, and even if LE said that, then they would clear him. If Don had an alibi and passed a lie detector, well, then, he would probably be cleared.
Yeah, Stacey, I feel like I actually would have stated that way at some point. Thing is, for me, it's never meant really anything, much like Josh. Yeah. Because of in-person, direct things. Not tragedy pimp bill or opinions or tragedy, but because of what I know about those particular things, and I just in certain scales, certain people, certain shit. I just, Well, are we summoning something, fellas? You just all right back there. All right. Anyway, exactly. And I feel that's like, too, it goes both ways. I just, but also, you've got Ellie and Tool and me and all these, I don't know, things are things. I don't know, like, Dawn at a point tells Flute Boy it takes him like 5 tries. First time he's falling asleep trying to, and it takes him 5 tries to upset. But if you're living in a road and you see kind of the exact opposites, and from the first moments it's this deadpan kind of emotionless shit, I wouldn't call it freaking the fuck out. Not being able to take one, but you know what I mean? But even still, does that mean guilt or innocent? Shit, I don't. Especially since there's a reason they're inadmissible, and certain scales, certain people, and um, and I mean, there are fucking innocent people sitting on bars too. Fucking failed them. You know what I mean? They've later exonerated So there's that shit too. You gotta put that in. Yeah, it works both ways. Well, hell, I mean, honestly, McDonough should know all about it. And then using shit as a weapon and a tool to tell people they've not passed, have passed, haven't passed, have passed, yeah. All that shit and how those things could be. But also, like, there are loads of innocent, loads of innocent people who failed the shit out of those things, but it's been used, their failure on them, for them to be hammered down on by law enforcement. And then maybe, just like tragedy pimps, then they have to like jam all the circles and squares because they think this one speaks. Yeah. They don't, I don't, fucking depends for me. Right? I don't. It's a cumulative thing, I think, but it can go very badly either way, if not used as a tool and biases skipped over and other things. I think. Kind of like a dog catastrophe. I'm just laughing at Mountain Cat. Mountain Cat out here pulling some paper towels or something.
I didn't hear three. Well, I did. I heard it from Don himself. He said three of them. Doesn't mean anything. They're innocent anyway. Right. Multiple times. They did, yeah. He told me that. I didn't see him say it outside either. I just didn't. I don't know where. I don't know. I have no clue where people get this. And if you send me a clip of Brian Enton saying that the sheriff said that they were cleared, I don't want to see that. I've already seen it. They failed drug test. I've heard that too. I've heard that.
I didn't want to share her, but I was just looking because I could maybe
too. Look, unless you guys are seeing something that I haven't seen, but I haven't seen anything like that. Yes, it was 3 times.
When Dodson said Don told him 5, I know what I was told on the road. I know what I was told. It's the ever changing number. I don't care though if it took a dozen. I don't either.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter anyway, but I just don't believe it. I just do not believe that. And by the way, I've had this conversation before. So what I'm trying to tell you right here is, unless you send me something from Leslie Earhart, TBI, or Ronnie Lawson saying it out of their mouths, I have never.
And see, I feel like there's a moment where they're doing a TBI press conference. Austin's there, and he confirms again. Maybe that's not possibly, but I know they're mentioning it. I think at the Church of Solomon's, but I've never made much of the entire. But I feel like there's a moment something's there, but it could be the same. I'm just carrying on.
Once seen it. Never. Ever. Ever. And if that's the best that you can do, a lie detector pass, which, by the way, there's nothing that said it. They aren't truthful, not cleared. Everyone's on the table. There's a table. Everyone is on it. 1, 2, 1.
There is indeed a fucking table. All things are on it, and everybody's on it. We just don't know what all the things are and who all the peoples are. See how that works? Like everyone is. What the fuck is everyone? Nobody knows. Now, when Lawson says earlier, all those involved in are still first amendment. Well, who the fuck is involved in? To what degree? What the hell? We don't know. Only thing we know is the red truck is a witness. And they made it a fucking suspect in tragedy Pittville. That's all we know. Those are the basics.
Hilarious.
And don't forget that shady ass horse, but it was actually 2 horses. Don't forget those. And several bazillion dogs. An owl was mentioned. Bigfoot. Cave people. Yep. And apparently now motherfucking UFOs. Although, apparently Don was indeed, like I thought earlier, be a smart ass. But that's where we're at.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm still gonna go goddamn interview them horses. Especially that one. That one was real fucking sus. You could tell he was trying to take off and run to Mexico. For sure. He's seen all them fads at the church and it spoke to him and he's like, oh shit, better run to Mexico. That horse was involved. I'm sure.
When asked about the lie detector test, Earhart said it's no secret that the TBI has a polygraph unit, but did not discuss specifics. I can tell you that we use that as an investigative tool. In a situation like this, we're going to use every resource and tool available to us.
No, Stacy, Summer would have come out to noises like that, and others yelling for her. And she would have been highly interested in the foolish like that. I know y'all think it's a super remote thing, but Summer would have been, I think, able, I mean, along that path to run into a house. The creek follows a path that goes around and winds as well. Uh, you know, I just, no. And I think she very much would have been honestly attracted to all the noise and people and comings and goings, especially if out there for a day or two, right? Hungry and cold. She would have definitely been able to find her way and would have found her way to those noises. Searchers, helicopters, drones, planes, the command post, which is not far from the houses in Ben Hill, and the houses in between there, and the camper village, and yeah, all these things. I very much think she would. Because I know you all look at it and it seems like, oh, that has to be remote. But there, it's not what y'all think it is. Right? It is remote, but it's not like that. There are many houses, and she would have, like anybody in the woods, I think, even a child who'd not necessarily been trained in anything like that or been allowed to explore the woods and been made afraid of them, I think they would have taken, yeah, and been at the lower points and the paths of least resistance, and that would put them in a path to then run into the houses, the command posts, all these searchers. You know what I mean? I don't think she would have just dug in higher and higher and higher and further away, especially as the nightfall came, cooler temp, hunger, thirst, all of that. For me, I just don't see. I just don't see. But that's maybe me, right? But there are all these things in between, and it's not what you all think. Yeah. I just, no. For me, anyway. Even a 5-year-old. And like, there's a point there where there's one piece that Ansley did, and it might be the brick wall piece. And she says, well, they think that she was taken out possibly by creek or by the roadway, right? But there's no way somebody's gonna travel that creek carrying like a child on. I mean, like there would be so much proof and evidence and tracks, which is very much what, like, I mean, like, who the fuck would do that, right? That's the creek thing. I just don't. But then also, the road's obvious. It's like, well, yeah, obviously. You'd think. Yeah, I think so too, Penny Lane, just because they assured us that that equipment they had could see. Because one of my fears was that she had, like, the woodcutters and brush cutters had maybe opened up a sinkhole or something like that on its side. And I asked, I was like, dude, what if? And they're like, don't worry, this equipment can see X amount of feet below and can tell disruptions to where, like, even if a mole has been digging, we can see it. And all these other things play, so because it very much was and is work, I guess. But even then, in the quiet of the night, I'd listen, after everything kind of cut out, you still hear like planes and things. But the thing is part of what I was listening for on all those nights. Hoping, if she was in there somewhere, once it gotten still and quiet, she would be hollering for help or something. If she'd been hurt back up in there, she'd be hollering. And over all the noise during the day, she couldn't be heard, but at night, she might have been. And I kept waiting for the sound of a voice, or scream, or holler, something, a help. And I never heard anything like that. But I waited, not just for the return of prayer, not just for this, not just, but to hear maybe her voice carry out of the hollows and down where I knew sound. I waited every night through the night while it was quiet, or as quiet as it could be, hoping to hear her voice, a yell, a scream. None ever. I waited for the sounds of animal predation. I waited for the sound of fighting over anything in the woods at night. I waited for changes in animal behavior and patterns and paths and the noises. You tried to separate those that were changing or were this or were that from the disruption caused to the animals by daytime searches and helicopters and all of that, And I tried to separate those two every fucking night, all night. While people yelled at me about being outside, while I had to sneak outside. Oh, I waited and I listened. But goddamn, it's all bad, right? So sucks. People wonder why the fuck. Oh. Yeah. I couldn't imagine being in that goddamn cabin and missing something again. Especially because of abuse and things. Because it's the reason I held myself back on the 15th, even though people weren't present. And, if they found out. But also, couldn't imagine missing another fucking thing. What if I'd been in there at night and her voice had come and nobody was around and it missed? What then? And I knew nobody else was. And when you know nobody else is listening for two voices, but you do the right thing. You wait and you listen. All things applied, Mountain Cat. All things apply. Not all things are just one. Some things just weren't. And some things are meant. But thanks for staying out this Thursday.
I'm going to read that again, and thank you, Trevor, for sending me that. For the people in the back, yeah, look, I just asked. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe the meteor said it. I don't even think the meteor said it.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I do know that they had drugs in their system, allegedly. So anyway, that was the statement from TBI. She's the public information officer, and her quote again was, when asked about lie detector tests, Earhart said it's no secret that TBI has a polygraph unit, but did not discuss specifics. I can tell you that we use that as an investigative tool. In a situation like this, we're going to use every resource and tool available to us. So, yeah. There you go. Candace did not. I do not believe that Candace passed her lie detector test. You're never going to convince me of that. Never. Not. And even if Ronnie Lawson said it out of his mouth, which I've never heard him say, Yeah, Trev, thank you. Appreciate you sending me that in. Hold on a second. Dawn said they wanted her to take another one. That's true. Yeah, take it up with Leslie Earhart. I've never heard somebody say that before, but that's actually a nice thing to say. I wish we were neighbors. I love that. I love that. Yeah, if she was high, she probably could pass it.
Lumble is something. And I know that they have others come in, I have family and friends had to minister on this side of it. As far as like they were the LE, making sure murderers and such were polygraphed. I know them that they have actually seen people they had 100% evidence against pass fucking polygraphs. Lying. So you misspoke. And the thing is that for some reason the Hawkins pulling others outside the TBI and the command post very much did have polygraphy. But for some reason they went to the DA's to have it done. I don't know. I know most places have. Bristol is Sullivan. No, unless you're talking about Bristol, Virginia. So Bristol is Sullivan County if it's on the Tennessee. Otherwise, it's Virginia. And you should know that. You're wanting blood. Somewhere close. But Bluntville and Bristol and you didn't ask, you stated. Sort of, I guess. I don't know. Carrying on.
Right, good pass it. Let's see. I bet you my emails full.
Love City is also
Full stuff right now.
well, yeah, but in the case of polygraph, it wouldn't be like they take you to the goddamn Bluff City Police Department. Take you to Sullivan County. Because that's the main. for all the surrounding counties, and the polygraph will be administered there. For Bristol, Bluff, etc., even probably Kingsport's insiders. Right now.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where this whole thing where Ronnie Lawson said it came out of his mouth.
Oh dear.
You know what? I did actually, Evil Exists has a video where Summer is thanking somebody for something. And I actually, while I was pulling clips today, I actually saw it. And I had never seen that video before. Sorry, just for what? What happened? What happened? Okay, cool. No worries. They have footage of Kansas gas station. They called her in and asked her about leaving the driveway. She denied it and left the station. It doesn't surprise me either. Hold on one second. I'm tired of hearing that they pass lie detector tests. Doesn't matter in court. I agree. I have no idea. One second. Yeah, I heard. Yes, I did. No, I heard her say. It was like 2 sentences. So I have no idea. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna talk about her development. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Ted Bundy did pass the polygraph. Yeah. Ted Bundy was really smart, though.
It's not about smart. It's about where you fall on scales.
I have no idea if she did. Kay Sloan, can you email the Lab Rat Army, please? I would love that if you could just send me an email. Yeah, I heard her. I heard her just on the one. That's it. That's all. Okay, I wanna. Yeah, there's a lot. What was? I wonder why Teresa. What was Teresa apologizing? Hold on. Pull up my. Yeah, hold on. I got some information coming in, so just give me one quick second. Give me 1 second here. Just want to make sure that. This. Let me bring this up really quick, and then I'm gonna play something for you here.
Trailer.
Okay, so the door. You see the mark is
And the water first.
2643.
Trailer. And flowers. While I'm out here, is there anything that you feel is important that you'd want to tell the world that I haven't asked you that you want to let them know?
Not really, just that everybody that's looking for her, that we can find her very home safely.
Okay.
She was very precious to me.
And the authorities are working hard on this.
Yes, from what I understand, yes.
Okay. And, you know, we're going to let them do their job.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's right.
And you're cooperating, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. And now there is a rumor about these polygraph tests. Clear that out.
The first one that I took, and I didn't really take it because they kind of threw me in the back of the squad car, so I was really upset and, you know, just I was crying my eyes out.
Okay.
And so when I got up there to the courthouse, we tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So that was that.
Okay. And then what about the rumors of this relationship situation with Hunter?
Okay, so she said she really can't do, she couldn't do it, but then she went back and then she passed it. Sounds convincing to me.
I want to tell you just what Candace said in person, but Don went back and forth on is that first night, supposedly Ellie was screaming and yelling at her. And according to her, it was this dramatic thing that the car took her to take one, and she was so upset she couldn't. So that story didn't change in person and to Chris.
Sounds convincing to me.
But you know, the first one, she failed. It wasn't that she couldn't take it. She told me she failed. Dawn told me she failed. And then in between there, you have a visit to H. Spider. And it could have been as easy as it was just lies about H and interaction that make her fail first. So she said not to do that again.
Very, very convincing.
I don't know what's that.
It wasn't very convincing. Yeah, I believe that she was lying, so. And that I call BS on. I don't know if she was told that she passed it or she says that she was told that she passed it. Oh, well, I don't either. Some people might, though. Yeah, I'll play
Summer, you sure?
Oh my gosh. Way to go.
This is my husband's room.
Okay.
You know over here, well, it's a mess again.
That's all right.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was, because Waylon's only 9.
Okay.
And they stay down here. And these are all her toys, all her Paw Patrol,
all her movies. She got a movie about the Savior.
The boys I brought back down here after she went missing because I didn't want them upstairs by themselves.
Okay. And this is all her toys.
All her toys. All these toys that are down here are dang all hers, except for like the trucks and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the game system. That's the boys'.
Okay.
But then they're all her toys.
And she's really into Paw Patrol. I see it.
Yeah, I've been collecting from day one. And these are all her little ponies that we've bought. And then these are them girls that she likes. New fashion. I don't know what they are. Little. But yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get under there.
Yeah.
But I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
Like it changed like his wording. Failed, but only because she was upset and like they didn't finish her complete, right? Because she was type of thing, but then the wording changed from both. So could have just been there or mistaken, didn't have the right words. Nerves could be. Alright? Simple as that. But she said, you know, she put her on and she started feeling and I think H said at one point that she came to him, obviously, like, hey, what did you tell them? Because I felt shit last night, whatever. Better not say anything, etc. And I don't, right? It's a fault in there somewhere, as I recall. And then, you know, different changes throughout the so, where's the truth?
And then I come over here and I look on one side of the piano work. And I don't recall if this was locked or not. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know, it's hard on me. But I know I did come out here and I said, Summer. Because sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for, you know. And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Oh, okay, so this is like her.
Yeah,
she come running out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can see the path here.
Right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have run right up to here. And this is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Randy.
Okay.
She wouldn't go nowhere else.
Okay. I want to go around this side. What is this blue thing here?
Oh, that was, we were putting trash in it.
Okay.
And we did have a trash man at the time, but he stopped running.
Oh, wow.
I gotta wash this.
Okay, I'm gonna film around this side. Now walk me through what's this little.
Oh well, she was gonna lock it. That's great of her. I've seen this. I hate this. Annoying. Anyway, thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow with an all new show. Also, sub to the Lab After Dark. If you guys could throw that up in there when we have a little fun and talk about other things, just other things. It's always nice because these things get so contentious and upsetting. So, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, and the new members. New subscribers, people that are just watching, thank you so much. Hit that thumbs up. I would fully appreciate that. Dawn, maybe you should text me if you want. We can talk. I'll be nice.
There is no investigation. This boy has.
Not really. That's to me.
Or you can go text somebody that has been convicted of selling
But I have to put her
drugs that incapacitate
on the side. I'm gonna do what I gotta do for me and my boys and my kids.
Don't say any F's and stuff.
There is no investigation. This boy has.
Not really. That's to me.
It's on Evil Exist page. Go to his playlist, the Summer Wells playlist, and it's on there. Appreciate it.
It's hard, you know, but that's what's up.
But I have to put her
No lab after dark tonight. Tomorrow.
and one of the boys. I'm gonna do what I gotta do for me and my boys. And my
You're talking about when Dawn spoke just like a blip ago?
kids.
It's on Evil Exist page. Go to his playlist, the Summer Wells playlist, and it's on there. Appreciate it.
It's hard, you know, but that's what's up.
Dawn saying something effective. I do my best. It's hard. It's real tough. Something.
But I have to put her
No lab after dark tonight. Tomorrow.
and one of the boys. I'm gonna do what I gotta do for me and my boys and my kids.
Convicted of selling
But I have to put her
drugs that incapacitate.
on the side. And one of I'm gonna do.
Just watching. Thank you so much. Hit that thumbs up. I would fully appreciate that. Dawn, maybe you should text me if you want. We can talk. I'll be nice.
There is no investigation. This boy has.
Not really. That's to me.
Or you can go text somebody that has been convicted of selling
But I have to put her
drugs that incapacitate.
on the side. And one of I'm gonna do what I gotta do for me.
Convicted of selling
But I have to put her
drugs that incapacitate.
on the side. And one of I'm gonna do.
If you want, we can talk. I'll be nice.
There is no investigation. This boy has.
Not really. That's to me.
Or you can go text somebody that has been convicted of selling
But I have to put her
drugs that incapacitate.
on the side. And one of I'm gonna do.
I think what Josh is referring to is there's another friend he had mentioned on one of his shows here recently. You remember him talking about a friend or somebody around Dawn that had ended up his own daughter or somebody around him had been murdered, and they found her in a park or something, right? And then that person was convicted of it. It was somebody Dawn was around, and that person had also been, I think, convicted of MDMA or whatever the date drug, whatever that is, right? I don't. One of those things they use, right? That predators often have, but I think that's what Josh heard. Some sort of snip. It's got something to do with it. That's what that sounds like. But yeah, and y'all have to ask Josh that, or go back and look at his last few bits, because he mentioned something that Dawn had been around someone that their daughter or somebody had been murdered, and it comes about that it was actually the guy Dawn was around, and he had murdered her, and she was in a park setting, found, and he was convicted of that. but I'm pretty sure Josh had mentioned, and I don't know if it was Marcos, John's own son, or if it was that other guy, because I didn't really catalog it, but one of those, there were substances they were convicted of possessing that could also be used for sedating. Right. But it was one of the three was, but it was in the last couple of bits that Josh did. At least that I watched, and I didn't watch the one with him and McDonough, so it's prior to that. Somewhere in there, past just a couple. So I think that's what Josh.
What I gotta do for me and my boys and my kids.
You won't say any absent stuff.
There is no investigation. This boy has
not really.
It's on Evil Exist page. Go to his playlist, the Summer Wells playlist, and it's on there.
Honestly, I think it was one of the ones that had to do with the last couple pieces he did. And I didn't know. And yeah, he gave like a year and a date for that on his channel. And I don't usually watch all over, even I know everybody thinks so. Let's I didn't watch that one. I didn't watch the steps. Looks like you watched very little. I don't know, y'all had asked Josh, but it was one of the ones around him really talking about the phone calls and stuff with Margie as I recall. It was one of those pieces, Josh. Pretty sure that's what he was talking about mostly. Mary as well, and then he brought that piece into it. It was after lockdown got really involved, and there was some salt happening. Very much sprinkled in.
I had to put her.
No lab after dark tonight. Tomorrow.
With the boys. I'm gonna do what I gotta do for me.
I just look for the ones that center around the Margie call and Mary and stuff like that, because those are the ones. And I didn't even watch the one there where Mary visits. I didn't watch that. I don't think at all. I didn't watch the CM one the other night. I didn't watch quite a few recently, so it'll be back probably the last 10 or so. But you won't look for the ones where it was around the time lockdown got super involved and the Margie call. And the Margie call and all of that was happening. Because that's where I believe that piece was mentioned of the whole thing. You know, who's friends with somebody, maybe in Florida. Oh, I'm about to give up. Pickles did this. Just so y'all know who to blame for this fuckery tonight. Pickles. Pickles is the one to blame. Okay? Pickles. Because she's chunky and she disrupted the entire thing. I don't. No, I don't think so, human. Because most of the time I don't go in there live anywhere. And I'd honestly say as far as I was gearing up for everything here, so probably over a week ago. But they can see when you're watching, who's participating, all that, and it gets cute little hint drops and all kinds of shit like that. So I rarely watch anything live anyway, but also chatting. There's too much of triggerability there. Right? They can do things, but and then what happens is if one of us say anything, and then it just disrupts entire lives with some creators. And like, I often forget we're not just regular folks anymore. And one comment or anybody know them do that, plus the tragedy people can tell when we're watching and they can try to gaslight, etc. Or have their little carnival barkers in the chats do that and really start